What's up, everybody? Steven here, Fanatic Perspective, and we are here. Nash Talks Texas. We are here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, filling in for Chip and Zay. Here, coming to you guys live from 2 to 4 p.m. Shout out to BK. Shout out to the Texas Sports Unfiltered family for having Nash and I come on here. Couple YouTubers, couple content creators, couple Texas football, Texas everything lovers. And we got an amazing show lined up for y'all today. So make sure you show your love, hit the like, subscribe, whatever you're listening to us on. If you're listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, if you don't know about the app, there's an app where you can listen to us via audio, replay old shows, get the schedule, the whole bit. So Nash, how you doing today, brother? What's up?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. I mean, woke up an SEC champion. It's a great day to be a Longhorn.
Woke up a champion, brother. So let's jump right into it, right? Texas baseball, first year in the SEC under Coach Schloss. Last night, Red River Rivalry in Norman, of all places. They needed that one win to clinch the regular season championship. And to win this, Nash, I'm gonna ask you because you're already my baseball expert. You're the guy I lean on, to keep up with the program and the players and just get familiar with everything going on. But to win this in year one with the first year coach, when we were predicted, I think to finish either seventh or eighth, right, in the preseason polls, right, and to do this so early, unbelievable season. You're combining a first year coach, new players, previous players from prep, like Jonah Williams and some of the younger guys, and combining all these guys into having this result, man. And then guys that were injured, like Max Ballou coming back and hitting that shot last night to make it 7-4. And just talk to me, man. Where are you at right now as the Texas baseball guru here?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the Texas baseball guru, but I follow the sport like a diehard. I mean, the Max Blue stuff that's just special. Like that for it to be him after the night that he had to that like, and also like don't get it twisted that Dylan Kirk's on the mound. That's one of the best relievers in the nation. Like that's a Dylan Volantis level closer. So he wasn't facing a bum up there on the mound
Right.
when he finally got the home run. But just for everything that he's been through, there was no guarantee for him to even be back. Or like, I mean, some of the return timetables I was hearing was like Omaha, if we make it to Omaha, right? So he's just doing it just at the chance that he can get back. And then, as we know, the return went really great. He's already back in May, against Oklahoma, and just for him to secure the SEC championship for Texas, having been such a huge part early on, like the Mississippi State game, the Mississippi State series, we don't sweep that series without Max Ballou, without his home runs, and then also his clutch play that he had on a bad throw to first base on a bunt. I mean, just what a special guy, and it's just such a cool moment for him to watch all this stuff happen, and then also for the players too. And I was talking to some of the players' parents last night, and I'm like, hey, like take this moment. This is also a moment for y'all.
Right.
Your son is now etched. His name is now etched in the University of Texas books forever. And then also on top of that, this is such a special team, like you mentioned, winning the SEC in the first year under Jim Schlossnagle. That's not supposed to happen, right? This stuff's just not supposed to happen. And
this league, Nash, this league. Talk about this league. This is the premier. We talk about SEC football all the time. Tell the people about SEC baseball, man, and what Texas was coming into, having to navigate this with the new group, man. Like, to me, that in itself is just remarkable, and already puts this team, even before postseason play gets here, puts this team in all-time lore for what they have already accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, if you go and you look at earlier in the year, and this is like earlier in the year, we hadn't even gotten to the Auburn series at this point, and we had already faced the amount of top 10 opponents at home. It was the same as like 4 years in the Big 12, and so this team when we get to the regionals, it actually might be a little bit of an easier break. Seeing the teams that are in the regionals, we're not seeing these SEC level teams because the SEC, it's basically a bunch of teams that are made up like it's just a hodgepodge of teams that might end up in Omaha, and it's just a random draw of which ones do. And this league is incredibly hard. The amount of talent week in and week out coming, and I know there was a lot of hullabaloo over the whole home game versus away games and all that stuff. To sit there and have a top 5 LSU team come into the dish, a top 5 Georgia team come into the dish, a top 10 Auburn team come into the dish, a team that an A&M that was playing like a top 10 team, they come into the dish. Just to be able to go through all those games and be 11-1, that's special. And I don't care where you're playing. I don't care if you're playing at home or on the moon.
Well, I mean, we talked about navigating the injuries, the return of Max Ballou, but also navigating the emotion, right? Sloss, I think we did have an advantage getting the coach that we got, considering the success that he's already had in this league as well as in the postseason at Texas A&M. But that A&M series was emotional, and I think it was some of these series that they're having playing old rivals. I mean, going to Arkansas and getting their butts whooped a little bit down there, like that, it's also emotionally draining, right? Like it re-engaging with some of these teams that you haven't had these 3-game series in a long time, but Sloss going against some of his old kids and all the mess and drama there, like they've had to navigate so much. There's been so many guys on this team. Talk about some of the guys that have had to step up, man. I mean, like they're not top heavy, clearly, right? In order to get to this point, success.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple names. One name that stands out immediately is I'll get to the fan favorite in a second, but Tommy Farmer last night. I mean, you look at him. This is also multiple times that he's had a few clutch hits, and he has a lot. When he hits the ball, he has a really high line drive percentage. So this is a guy that if he can start hitting the ball consistently, this is a guy that really, man, he's just going to start roping a lot of doubles, and he's going to start driving in a lot of these guys that are sitting there in the 5 and 6 hole, in the 4 hole, and like Jim Slauson was talking about it. Just because you're in the 8 and 9 hole doesn't mean, that almost in turn becomes almost like a leadoff hitter because with how the lineups work, because batters aren't just going to get out in groups of 3, so it's not just going to stay the 1 through 9 clean where the ones are always leading off. But having a guy like Tommy Farmer, and then you can go to another guy like the fan favorite guy, Jonah Williams. I mean, these dudes stepping up, and then you also now these guys getting on base. Ethan Mendoza, now Max Ballou. Those guys are coming up to the plate, and that's when it really starts to get fun. But yeah, I mean, really the outfield, you have to give credit to Tommy Farmer and Jonah Williams to be able to step up and go into the outfield for Max Ballou while he was out. It was really cool to see Will Gasparino get in that bat, so he's still appeared in every single game. Only 4 Longhorns have done that all year long. Man, it's just it's really fun to sit there and watch this. Jonah Williams is so special. Watching that dude, like
Dog
dude,
mentality,
speed,
Nash.
like I know we're going to talk about Bishop here in a second. I've seen some stuff on Bishop where some people are saying like he's like some people are acting like it's the best. Like I'm sorry. After what I've seen from Jonah Williams so far, I know he hadn't touched a football field at the University of Texas yet. Oh, he has in some spring practices, but it's like, what we're getting to see out of Jonah Williams, that's just not like this is not supposed to happen. Like I put out the tweet earlier, like it's wild to think that forget about all the prom stuff. He's 17 years old. He turns 18 in 2 days, but he's an SEC champion. He's an SEC. He's a starting
supposed to
player.
be playing high school baseball right now. Senior year.
Yes, he's supposed to be. Yeah, he's supposed to be playing for a state championship in Texas, but instead he's playing for a national championship with Texas. I mean, it's wild stuff to be able to get to see what we're being able to get to see from him, and then also, man, we get 2 more years of him. It's wild to think about.
I didn't think it would be like this year one and having not just the impact on the field, but the emotional impact, the draw to the fan base. I mean, we've known the type of competitor Jonah Williams is. I've talked about this on my channel on Fanatic Perspective, his competitive family, where he comes from, his background, mental makeup, all of those things factor into why he is a two-way star in its own. But to be a key contributor on a number one ranked baseball team, on a team that's winning the SEC, and to be filling in and to be playing a major role, but also sometimes getting the team fired up when they're sleepwalking a little bit and saying, hey, it's time to, we're going to compete now. I don't care if we down 8 runs. I don't care about baseball etiquette and all this type of stuff. I'm here to win. I don't care. Right. I think that is become, it's also charged us up for what we're going to see in the fall on the football field, like you're saying. And so this stuff is just really exciting. My expectation for him, baseball-wise, was just somebody we would have fun with in the weekday games, right? But like when it came to like the grown-up series on the weekends, it's like, all right, let's, that was my expectation. But clearly, he has overperformed, and it's really great for Texas.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at him. There's clearly a guy like him being a high-level 5-star athlete, especially on the football field. You go in like there's a lot of pressure for him to go out there in a very deep safety room to, make his mark early in the spring. So he really has to want to be on that baseball field, to be out there playing baseball. And you can just, even before he ever even had his first at bat, he is always like, I mean, now granted he is 6'4", 6'5". I think they actually might be lying on the baseball team on their
Could
height.
be still
They
growing
might
too
be
if he's
doctoring
only
it,
17.
I mean, that dude, you can always see he's the highest one up there, man. He's always yelling at the top of his lungs. He's pounding on the little dugout, that little padding on the dugout. I mean, he's being the ultimate cheerleader when he's not on the field. And then somebody posted a video of this on Twitter. When Will Gasparino goes in for a spot, he's sitting there, he's cheering for Will Gasparino harder than anybody else. But that it's just like Jonah Williams, and the other thing too is you go and you look at the Florida game. I'm sitting there. We're down 7 runs to Florida. This is before the whole, like doing the at bat where the walk and that got all the attention because Jonah Williams. That's the same Jonah Williams that you see in the dugout, just not on the field. But when he gets on the field, I don't care if he's acting like. I want you to act the same, no matter where you are. Right? If you're in the dugout that way, be on the field that way. I don't care. But that same guy that's doing that is also sprinting in from left field in the middle of innings. If he's either sprinting in from left field or he's sprinting out to left field, not at a jog, not at a run, a dead sprint. I mean, this is like, and that's the coaching cliche thing. Like I think about that, and I'm also like thinking on the football field, Dwayne Aquina and Sark are never going to get there. Like, PK is just going to like, if he ever sees Jonah just jogging off once, he's just like, he's going to yell at him just because he hadn't gotten to do it before. Right. It's like, yeah, shoot, let me try a new dish. Right. I've never tried this before. Right. So he's just like a walking coaching cliche, like it's crazy to think like after having a Bijan Robinson, right? Like this guy, from everything that I've known about him and heard about him, if I had a kid, I mean, this is a guy that I want my kids to follow. That dude, like I'm saying, hey, watch that guy, watch him. I want you acting like that guy right there. Not entitled, like he doesn't seem entitled. I mean, works for everything. Just I have no negative words about Jonah Williams.
It's going to be, like you said, the next 2-3 years here. It's going to be amazing to watch his development on both sides, right? So, Lexi Jones, what's up, Lexi Jones? Roy Tempora in here. So, y'all make sure you chime in the chat. We love to see you guys. Love to hear from you guys. Some of y'all are very familiar with our work and platforms here, so really appreciate it. Nash, let me ask you this, but just to tie a bow on the baseball conversation, on the 2025 SEC champion Texas Longhorns baseball team. Put some respect on their name. This year's here that they're currently in with OU, the Red River series in Norman. Just, your expectations for today and tomorrow, the remaining games, and, how they maybe close out the season there.
See, that's the thing. I mean, like yesterday with Kyson Witherspoon, that was like we almost stole a game, right? So, I mean, technically, now this is the really interesting part is to see like how the team approaches this. Uh,
Mm,
they're probably going to still go out there and approach it as if, hey, we haven't won anything, right? And let's go win the series. But I mean, you look at it, it's hard to not think about like there's nothing left on like to play for really outside of bragging rights over a win versus taking the series versus Oklahoma, and then also if we won one more game in the next two games, we'll have tied for it'll be the third, but we'll be in the top 6 SEC team finishes in the last 10 years. But then if we sweep Oklahoma, right, then we're tied for the top 3. We're tied for second, you know. So I mean, it's still a really special SEC season, no matter what happens. But it's going to be really interesting. Do you get some at bats to guys that maybe you want to see? Maybe you want to get them some more looks going into the Big 12 and then the college baseball tournament, going into the regionals. It's going to be really interesting to watch what we do because I mean, technically, Arkansas. There's no possibility. There's no way Arkansas can win the SEC championship, even a share. We've already won it outright alone. So there's no more bragging rights really outside of hey, our record is as good as that team back in 2019. It's
which is
just
cool. Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, you obviously want to win over a rival, right? But at the same time, too, this isn't like it's like A&M, right? Like A&M in baseball is like Oklahoma in football. They're switched in baseball.
So let me ask you this. I'm going to ask one more question, but anything you'd like to see them clean up? I know everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, and there's some things that, like football, I say all the time. There's things you can fix, and then there's things that you almost kind of have to hide because that's just we're not going to be able to fix that. That's a legitimate weakness, but things that could be hindrances in the postseason, right? Because we also want this team to fulfill their potential, right? Whether that's the college baseball, obviously there's going to be high expectations when you're ranked as high as Texas is ranked and already gotten hardware. But how far can this team go, assuming they can clean up some of the things that you think they need to clean up?
I mean, how far they can go. I mean, the ceiling is going to be obviously the national championship,
Right.
but the floor is also the regional. I mean, that's the nature of college baseball. Uh, I mean, it's in my opinion the things that we want to see because right now we're operating off of really just two starting pitchers, having lost Jared Spencer, and we have a bunch of guys that have the capability of being a third starting pitcher and then fourth starting pitcher, but it's just not a guarantee that they're going to be able. We really just need 3 innings from the third guy, so that's going to be one kind of area that you really got to watch for and you really want to see. You want to see a guy maybe step up and just go on an amazing postseason run,
Sure.
like Jason Flores or Cade Being. But maybe even like a Thomas Burns. That's a guy that I've been wanting to see, move into a starting slot. But really, I think more than that, because we've been fine even without Jared Spencer, the pitching hasn't really been too much of a problem. More than that, I really want to see us just hit consistently. I don't want to see like a hitting well one day, hitting well not hitting well today, and then you go back out on Sunday or Saturday and then hit well again. And I want to see consistent hitting throughout the day or throughout the weekend.
Well, congratulations again to the Texas baseball team. Job well done. Job's not finished, but this particular job, just an amazing accomplishment for Jim Slosnagle in his first year here at Texas leading this program. I mean, everything that it's exceeded expectations, in my opinion, right off the bat. So job well done. Nash, I do want to transition to a little Texas football talk here. So I'll start with recruiting before we kind of get into talking more of the schedule, because I have some questions for you about the schedule, and then I have something I actually want to debate you on that in regards to the schedule, but I'll get there. Jermaine Bishop Jr. recently committed to the University of Texas. He is a two-way phenom, one of the top-ranked. They haven't listed as an athlete on 3247. Regardless of what recruiting service you follow, he is a receiver / corner. He is out of Willis, Texas, former teammate of DJ Lagway, and he is one of the most electric prospects you will find in the last few years, honestly. And it's been an interesting discussion around him because of his two-way abilities and the expectations of where he will play in college. A lot of people, I think, were surprised that he committed to Texas here in May. I do think that this is a recruitment that will play out potentially, but everything I'm hearing is the kid stands on business and he doesn't want to play games, and he's just committing ahead of official visits and just saying, I'm locking it down with Texas. I've heard from some people that he did grow up as a Texas fan, but obviously the schools that we were in play against were Florida, because Lagway's over there and they want to rekindle that relationship, but also Texas A&M, and because this kid does remind me, Nash, of one Terry Bussey, who we were in the mix for a few years ago, and then Terry Bussey ends up committing to A&M, and they promised that young man that they were going to have the Champ Bailey package for him, and all of a sudden I see him on offense trying to carry the A&M offense. So lies were told in that recruitment already. We'll see if they get back on track with Terry Bussey at A&M this year in terms of him actually playing corner, which is what his NFL expectation is. With Jermaine Bishop Jr., I'm hearing that our plan for him is corner. I know he was recruited by Terry Joseph initially, and then, Orsfree and Akina and all them stepped in and, again, locked it up. But, man, what you've seen, just a little bit you've seen from this guy, how do you see him playing out? Do you think he could potentially actually play two positions at Texas? I mean, we are in a new era post Travis Hunter, and I think a lot of these kids, he may have sparked something, but I'll let you go on this one.
I think it's going to be really, really hard. Just depend, because you just gotta be a really, really special athlete. Like you have to command attention, because, and then also there's also psychological dynamics of it. Like now you got guys that are grinding they're grinding their rear ends off 24/7, 365 days a year at one position, and they're like, okay, so now he just gets a jog over there and go rep with those guys for a little bit,
Get
right?
snaps, yeah.
But you know what? If you're special, like a Jonah Williams hey, then you get preferential treatment, right? World treats winners different than it treats losers, and I'm not calling these other guys losers, but I'm just saying, hey, look, dogs are going to eat, and the big dogs are going to eat first, and they're going to get the prime time food. They're going to get all the good stuff, right? And it's going to be really, really hard for that to happen. Not saying that it can't happen. Also, I've completely checked. Like, honestly, dude, until you DM me the list of topics for the show, I didn't even know he committed to Texas. I didn't even know who he was. I've checked so far out of recruiting in this new recruiting era, dude. I don't have time to get invested in a dude that is committed to Texas and then flips to another school and flips to another school. This is the world we're in, right?
It is.
And even when they're on your roster, you have no guarantee that it's the same as the NFL. It's almost the same as the NFL. But it's like, you have no guarantee that even if they're on the roster, that they're going to still be there in a few months. So I don't know. I ever since the Caleb von Chiasen recruitment, where he faxed in and analyzed to, or NLIs to both schools, to LSU and Texas. Like, because I mean, the Texas boards, like all the writers were like, yeah, we got him. Coach's staff is, happy about that. And then he picks up the LSU hat and it's like, what happened? Right. Like, and then it's just gone a lot worse since then. But, so yeah, I don't really read too much, but from what I've seen, looks like a really, really good wide receiver. Now you're going to see a lot more offensive clips than defensive clips because people don't really care that much about defense. It's not as flashy. It's like playing defense on baseball. Who cares about that? Who gives
That's
a shit?
not going to be on the highlight tape. Yeah.
Yeah, no. But it should be, right? But it isn't.
No, but he's kid. If I do want to touch on the defensive part because I think Texas's plan is leaning defensively. Also, he will be a kick returner. Just like Jonah Williams, I expect Jonah Williams to be a kick returner this season. I think there's a possibility Jonah Williams could return. I'm going to say kickoffs for sure. I think he could also potentially be in the mix to be Texas's punt returner. I see the same thing for a Bishop. I mean, the change. So what makes him so dynamic, because I've had, my buddy texted me the other day and was like, hey, the boy's 155, 160. Like, do you have concerns there? Well, at this age and where he's at, the size is not a strength of his, which is why he's not probably ranked higher. However, we are in the world of the Devontae Smiths, the, Tez Johnson last year at Oregon. I know they played receiver, but you are seeing, if you have those elite change of direction skills and match patterns in technique, especially from a corner position, that's what makes him just really, really dynamic, whether he has the ball in his hands or he's covering somebody. And then the thing with him, too, that I do see on tape that's you see on offense and defense is he's a physical kid. He does not shy away from contact. He has great pad level when he is tackling or hitting or looking to knock the ball away from somebody. I think he had 5 or 6 interceptions last year. 3 of them went for interception return for a touchdown. He obviously had a 300-yard receiving playoff game with DJ Lagway a couple years ago on their way to a state championship. So this is one of those guys, and I think he has like a 3.8 GPA. So that's the other thing. High classroom guys. Texas football just set the record for highest GPA in the history.
Nerds. 3.8. Nerds. They're nerds, dude.
Bussy had a 4.0 GPA when he came out. So, like, just these kids, I mean, it's crazy their ability to have that discipline, across the field, across different planes. But it shows you how serious they are. So I hope that I do think this is going to be a very competitive recruitment, especially once he starts playing ball this year. I expect people like LSU to get in the mix. I expect other teams to jump in there that have areas of need. But Nash, to make you feel a little bit better, because I understand where you're coming from in terms of the era that we're in and really having to re-recruit your roster every year. Let's be honest, right? People renegotiating. I mean, we saw this happen with
Sark
Nico.
Sark earns his money, man.
He does.
He earns every last little bit of that.
He does, because, I mean, we've had some scares over the years, but nothing crazy has happened. We've only really added guys, right? And I think we've been way more beneficiaries of the portal than we have been like, oh, that really stung to lose. Not to say that good players from our roster haven't hit the portal, but it hasn't been the top guys, guys that you're relying on, in your 2 deep either. So I think they have credibility there.
One thing that you see with Sark's team is it's a lot of like really it's such a tight knit culture, right? And the second that one of these guys starts to loosen up, it feels like they just like, okay, get out, right? Like if you're not as tight as all we are, all the other guys are, right? If you're not with us, then we're not with you, right? You gotta be committed to this. And like that's where I think that like it's easy to forget that Diabell's not already on campus with how much he tweets about Texas, right? Like it's easy to forget. Like, yeah, that dude's still in high school. He's still playing high school football, right? And so, but you have all sorts of you go and look at the recruiting. Like these guys, they want to play 5 stars, want to play with other 5 stars, but you also have the academics going up. I think that this all comes from the level of accountability that Steve Sarkisian and I think if we're going to be like completely truthful and completely honest, I think a lot of this accountability, if you go and you listen to a lot of the stuff that's preached in AA meetings, I think a lot of this stuff actually comes from his path to recovery, his road to recovery. Like the coach that we have today doesn't come without all the issues that he's had in the past. And it's really cool to see. And he's talked about, he's like, hey, it's such a weird moment being able to be vulnerable, right? In front of my, look and see my son right there. And I'm telling him things that I've never told him, because I'm being vulnerable in front of the team. And I can't stop because my son's sitting right there. So, I think when you have all sorts of little things like that, they all compound to just a really tight knit group that they're just it's the cliche thing, right? But it's a team, right? There's no individuals out there. They're all out there. They're pulling for each other. If one of the guys gets put to the back, is he 100% happy that the other dude's getting reps now in front of him? No, of course
but they
not.
embrace
he's
that.
An athlete.
Yeah, they embrace that. They're like, you shouldn't be happy. If you're happy, you're not. That's not what we want in our program.
Feel that, but at the same time,
right,
root your dude on.
Be a good teammate. Look
at how Jaden Blue was on the sideline to Trey Wisner. There was never Jaden Blue's walking around frustrated, right? But he's never once given Trey Wisner a sideways look or
no. He's not the enemy.
If Trey Wisner scores, Jaden Blue's right there celebrating with Trey Wisner. And it's that level of culture that you see that if a guy's not with that, if the guy doesn't have that level of culture, they end up hitting the road and they go play somewhere else. And it's just, if you're talented or not, that's something that we're willing to sacrifice because you have to have a level of accountability to be able to play at Texas.
We've had not that long ago, I remember being on the phone with Tope Amade his last year at Texas during the 2021 season, and he was so frustrated about being, he called me basically after practice and was like, "Hey, I'm out here getting reps, blah blah blah." When he had taken over, Denzel had already gone down for the season, and he's like, "Hey, does anybody else want to jump in here and get reps?" Essentially, like the opposite of what we're talking about now, right? And he's like, guys literally were just standing there, like not even trying to jump in or anything. He's like, the only guy that took me up on that when I tapped was a freshman named Hayden Connor at the time. He's like, that was the only guy that was like, I want to get reps. I'm here to play. Like, I want to play. Like, and having that, like, that's why he told me, he's like, that's the only one that's going to stick out of this group. And it ended up being the case. The rest of those other guys ended up hitting the portal. So it's just a lesson of like how far we've come in this program of having healthy competition, guys that want to be on the field, guys that want to compete, but like you said, that are also going to root on their guys and be brothers in their position rooms, right? Brothers on the team, brothers on defense, across the board, knowing it's also for the greater good of the team. But I'm here to compete. I'm a competitor, and I'm bringing that energy to this program. That's what they want in this program. So it's very, very encouraging to see, Nash. The only last tidbit I'll add on Bishop's recruitment is we have now had 2 guys commit in the last week. So Hayward Howard out of Louisiana, Edna Carr, he also committed 6'3" corner, somebody that is a mold of clay, but
Sark likes them long, man. Look,
I know.
I was gonna say earlier for Bishop, right? Like, look, the thing with these wide receivers, man, they can, when they're talking to a lady, right? If she says size doesn't matter, right? You know she's lying, right? But if Sark says size doesn't matter, man, he's coached Devontae Smith, he's coached Xavier Worthy. He doesn't give a crap about that. But when it comes to cornerback, yeah, Sark likes some 6'3", 6. He likes he likes the wingspan, and it shows.
Exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see because they play 2 different. Howard is going to be a boundary corner, and he's literally in that Ryan Watts mold, ideally, of what you want, hands-on man, super physical, part of your run fits. And then on the other side, they think that Bishop is the ideal athlete that you would want in a field corner, tracking the number one, tracking that X all over the place, able to cover deep posts, able to come over in quarters, essentially do a lot of things you saw Jade Barron do, right? The lurk capabilities on the other side, being an athlete. So I think this is really interesting, coupling these guys with the young prospects that are currently on our team that we're going to ask to step up this year, outside of the Jalen Gilbos and the Manny Muhammad's, but some of the younger guys like a Kobe Black, Caden Phillips, Santana Wilson, like all these guys.
Yeah,
And I don't know if everybody,
3 dudes.
right, Wardell Mack, like I don't know if everybody's going to stick, but they've clearly loaded up different skill sets, different body types, and all these guys just highly regarded football players. So we will see how that position group shakes out over the next couple years. Nash, I want to move on to the next topic, and I did not have this on here, but I saw it like 2 minutes before we started, and I want to run something by you. And tis the season of list, tis the season of rankings. ESPN put out their top 10 head coaches, college football head coaches for 2025. And while you look up the list, I'm going to tell you right now, Sark came in at number 5. Last year, I believe he was ranked number 7 going into the season on this same list. So he has moved up 2 spots to number 5. Number 1, I think almost unanimous. I think it was short of 1 vote, was Kirby Smart at number 1. Number 2 was, your current reigning national champion head coach, Ryan Day. Number 3, and I think that's where the it's like the first 2, and then it's like the next tier. It's like number 3 was Dabo, and then number 4 was Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame, and then Sark came in at 5. I want to read this to you, and I'm going to read this to the people as I bring this up, because they have like different media people that voted, and there's like a point system associated to this, Nash. But they for each coach, they have like one person that says why they have them as high as they do, and then another person that's basically a hater that's like, this is why I didn't vote for this person, or this is why I had them 4th when everybody had them 1, right? And so I'll start out with what Chris Lowe wrote. I think Chris Lowe's from SI, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. Somebody, if Chris Lowe is not from SI, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Chris Lowe's from SI. Chris Lowe said he had him ranked at number 2. Okay, so Sark finished at 5. Chris Lowe actually had Sark at 2. Chris Lowe wrote, Sarkisian is one of college football's most well-rounded coaches. He would be a name at the top of the proverbial short list of every athletic director in the country if that AD needed a coach and or could afford him. Sarkisian is one of the game's top offensive minds. He's a juggernaut of a recruiter, and he hires good people around him. He was already building a program to compete in the SEC, especially in the lines of scrimmage. And in the Longhorns' first season in the SEC, 2024, they went to the conference championship game and made it to the semifinal of the college football playoff. There's a lot more to come too, even if some might be leery of Sark because of his personal issues in the past and the way it ended for him at USC. So that was Chris Lowe's reasoning for having Sark as high as he did. Okay. Now,
Can't wait for number 2. I can't wait for the you got to read the title for this one, because
Lowe is ESPN. I'm sorry. Thank you, CB.
Yeah, Lowe's on ESPN. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So it says the difference of opinion on Sark included 2 voters leaving him off of their ballots entirely.
That's some hate, man. That's some hate. That's some hate. That's some like, bro, like that's some like, man, I want to say like that's some Aggie. No, that's Arkansas level hate. That's like, I'm not even gonna acknowledge you exist.
Right? I'm already
like,
getting you mad, bro. I haven't even read the quote. This is crazy.
I know. I hadn't even read the quote yet either.
But you're like, it's crazy that he's not even on the ballot. Like that's
no. Like the 2 people were like, nah. I'm just not even gonna put him on the like no. Like dude, this is hilarious. Like this is
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
I'll read the quote and then I'll say who it's from. It says, so the person that wrote the article said, why were you one of the two people that left Sark off the ballot? His response was, you learn something about yourself when you make a list like this. And I learned that I evidently prefer coaches who A, do more with less, or B, have a long track record. Sark obviously is doing great. And I'd have him probably 11th or 12th on this list. His ability to navigate through the noise that the Texas job creates, noise that has tripped up quite a few coaches throughout the years, has been awfully impressive. We'll see how things go if or when there's a setback or a disappointing season, but there might not be one of those for a little while. End quote, Bill Connelly. Nash, your reaction to Bill Connelly's reasoning for leaving Sark off the top 10 coaches list for 2020?
I don't think Bill Connelly agrees with himself, bro. Like, if you were to, like, if I were to say, okay, we're talking about the University of Texas, okay? This isn't some like Southwest Alabama or something like that, right? Like, if I were to say, if you start after I'd probably have him at 11th or 12th off the list. Like, let's just like the irony that he just happens to be one or two more past 10, right? Yeah, okay. Right. But so if you just start his ability to navigate through the noise that the Texas job creates, noise that has tripped up through quite a few coaches through the years, has been awfully impressive. We'll see how things go, or if there's a setback to a disappointing season. But there might not be one of those for a while. Bill Connelly, like, what he's saying is like that sounds really positive, right? You're saying that there might not be.
It also sounds like you think they're going to be good this year. Is it the ranking for this year?
Yeah.
So what is he saying?
He's saying that Steve Sarkisian's navigated the job at Texas really well. And that he doesn't think that there's going to be a disappointing or a setback season for a long time. But he's 12th on the list.
You know what's funny though is you sometimes you can smell a hater, not what they say, but kind of reading between the lines. Anybody that still talks about the noise at Texas as if there's not noise at every major college football program, as if there's not noise
right there
at Alabama. As if there's not noise. No, I mean, he's talking about our boosters and our I know, but like the people behind the scenes. But like, there's noise at Ohio State. These people were trying to fire Ryan Day the day he lost to Michigan, and they won the Natty. And the dude has like a 90% winning percentage, and they were about to burn this man at the stake. That's not noise.
Dude, the funny thing, so this, like, I think about this all the time when people, like, I bring this up, like Ohio State fans, when they start talking crap, I'm like, dude, you were literally ready to can his ass before the college football playoff ever started. Like, you wanted a new coach going into the playoffs. There were
people saying if he doesn't win the Natty, he's gone.
Dude,
I've never heard that at Texas, brother.
Bro, this is from, and here's the deal. This is from Herb Street, who people a lot of times call, like, it's hard not to be a homer of your school. I think he actually does a really well job of.
He tries to hide it. Yeah, no, he does.
Yeah, but like, I mean, he does a really good job of that, right? But he's sitting there talking. He's like Pat. I think this was on like the Pat McAfee show, or this might have even been on the ESPN College Game Day because it was a big topic going into it, and it was like, is Ryan Day going to be booed out of the stadium before the first quarter ends? And they weren't saying like Tennessee is going to be waxing them or anything like that, but just like the amount of noise that was coming from the fan base after that Michigan loss, right? It was okay. And then because not just a Michigan loss, they'd also had they flirted really close with losing to Nebraska the week before. So, or like not the week before, it was in a real similar. It was last half of the season. They really didn't do great. And you can see when you got Kirk Herbstreit sitting there going, Pat, I don't know if they're going to make it past the first quarter without the fans just going to start booing him every possession, right? because that's what it's kind of gotten to. And then now it's like Ryan Day can't do any wrong, and he's the prodigal son that
The
they
switch up
love
is
the
crazy.
entire time.
The switch up is, and he deserves his placement on this list. In my opinion, he deserves the flowers that are coming his way. But to sit up here and say, well, no, Sark has built a program, and Sark has turned what was deemed a weakness at Texas into actually a strength in the organization of our NIL. We're one of the more NIL collectives overall, the multiple collectives that we have. We're one of the more organized when it comes to how we handle the portal. You've heard, I mean, it was what's his name, the D tackle a couple years ago that left here that talked about, Texas never missed a payment. I had no problems. Like everything was kosher here. Like
Might have had
it's not that case at other schools.
Might have had a car to it.
So like these things that they talk about, and I understand his point about longevity. Okay, I think that's fair. But I would be curious to see where Bill Conley had Marcus Freeman on his list, and if he put Marcus Freeman on the ballot.
I just want to see the whole list.
Yeah, and who
drop the whole top 10. Just drop your whole top 10. I just want to see.
Who are the 10 coaches that you have that are
I just want to see
better
6
than Sark?
I just want to see 6 through 10 is all, personally. All right, like I just want to see those names. I want to see how high up Brian Kelly is on that list.
I don't think Brian Kelly. Okay, so let me read
on Conley's list. I'm talking about on Conley's.
Oh, on Conley's. Okay, got you.
Because I mean, I'm just saying, if you put Sark away, I mean, if he's 11 or 12, you gotta start reaching for some names there.
Yeah, I mean, so in general, I'm gonna read, and we'll move on to the next thing. But I'll read the list after Sark. So we had Sark finished at 5 last year. By the way, he was 7 behind old boy from Florida State, who you saw how that ended up. So just shout out to Mike Norvell over there and the Seminoles trying to bounce back this year. But Mike Norvell was ahead of Sark last year.
Mike Norvell should write a book on how to tank a program.
So here are the next names after Sark. Dan Lanning came in at number 6. 7 was Kalen DeBoer, which I think is another drop off, because if you look at the points even on here, Dan Lanning finished like collectively how they do the point thing. He had 57 points. Kalen DeBoer behind him had 33. So it's like another tier drop off there. Number 8 is James Franklin, Penn State. Number 9, Kyle Whittingham, Utah. After the disastrous season they had where they didn't win a game for 2 months, Coach Whittingham getting that longevity pass, getting the benefit of the doubt. He had his worst season, but we know what Utah has been over the last since Urban Meyer, right? So he's getting the longevity pass, but Utah was god awful last year. And then rounding out the top 10 was Matt Campbell at Iowa State. So Brian Kelly did not make this top 10 list.
And Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley did not even get a vote. I'm surprised Curt Cignetti wasn't on this list, considering I know it's very, very small sample size, but for 2025, coming off of the season he had at Indiana, I would have thought Curt Cignetti would be on this list. Brian Kelly was the person that received the most votes that did not make the list, followed by Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson at North Carolina. And then you have Lance Leipold and Jeff Monken at Army, guys like that. Deion Sanders got a couple votes. Lane Kiffin got a couple votes. Kenny Dillingham did. And then Kirk Ferentz at Iowa got 1 vote.
Can I read something off to you that you might find interesting? Because this is just,
Okay, go ahead.
Just keep in regard.
Is this in the article or what?
Oh, yeah, it's in the article. But remember what Bill Connolly said about Steve Sarkisian about, okay, he hasn't just done it over a long period of time, right? Okay,
Sure.
Long period of time is why. Okay, honestly, the more I think about it, the more I think we've underrated Lane Kiffin. That includes me. Florida Atlantic has won 11 games twice in 21 FBS seasons. They both happen to be Kiffin's in 3-year tenure. Ole Miss have finished 11th or better in the AP poll 4 times in the past 55 years. 3 happened in his 4 years so far, tenure. He had peaks and valleys in his early in his career, but it's been almost nothing but peaks since he rejoined the head coaching ranks in 2017. He has adapted as well as almost anyone to the changing roster management age, and he probably should have been in the top 10. Connolly, what are you talking about, dude? Like you just docked Steve Sarkisian for not being in the for not being around long enough. And then you literally, by the way, Lane Kiffin, great coach, right? And I agree with a lot of the stuff that he said, his ability to navigate the roster, but you could literally say every single one of those things about Steve Sarkisian, too.
Also, Steve Sarkisian has been making the playoffs. And I understand one guy's at Texas and one guy's at Ole Miss. So, yeah, we have to factor in some buffer in terms of level of difficulty. But if I'm not mistaken, Ole Miss spent as much money as anybody out of the portal last year. And their quarterback went in the first round, did he not, to the New York Giants? And they were out here smoking people. They did not have the schedule we had either in terms of to start knock on. They didn't have to go to Michigan. They played nobodies for the first month. And when the season was on the line to go to the playoffs, Ole Miss, to make the playoffs, had to beat Florida. And in that Florida game, they literally poo-pooed themselves in front of the whole world at the true moment of notice, the moment of truth, season on the line. I mean, come on. They have not made the playoffs with some of the rosters that they've had, some of the guys they've been sitting. I mean,
hey. Well, and you know what, and for as well as Lane Kiffin has managed his roster, if he could manage it a little bit better, Texas would be national champions because you wouldn't have Quinshawn Judkins running the ball for Ohio State. Just a thought. I don't remember the last 5-star, 1K running back that has left Steve Sarkisian or wide receiver. I mean, we poached really good wide receivers from people. But if you're a wide receiver and you're leaving, if you're a skill position player and you're leaving this roster, it's because you weren't getting touches and you think you need to be getting touches.
So I'm gonna, stay on the football path and get back to the actual agenda we had. But I thought that was I got to get Nash's take on this because this article just came out and it's all right, let's see what's going
lack of consistency is the funny part.
So I want to bring up, where's the schedule? All right, here we go. I'm going to share something here so we can kind of walk through this. It's something I did on my channel a few, let's see here. If we can bring that up.
I love the comment. Quite a few coaches. 2 exactly. Yeah.
So hopefully you guys can see my the schedule. Yeah, so I want to kind of go through this and then have a little fun conversation. On my channel, I talked about breaking the schedule, especially with us kind of playing more of the NFL style slate with, we played 16 games last year and the more football we're, gearing up for, we have to kind of compartmentalize it because it is a very, very long season. I divided the season into 4 quarters. So Nash, I'm just sharing my thoughts here. Ohio State to me is a quarter in its own self. That game in Columbus on August 30th. Reason being is you got essentially 3 tune-ups and a bye after that. So there's a lot of buffer before you get to your SEC opener, right? Which is not until October. So Ohio State in itself, just that matchup, what it means to me, that's Q1. Q2 is essentially the calm before the storm, right? Getting those reps. You're at home 3 consecutive weeks. You have a bye week before you go on the road to start SEC play. Q3 is essentially the beginning of the SEC schedule, right? So, and this is where I call Q3 kind of the road test because you are not at home as you can see there, Nash, until November 1st, right? You have 3 road games and an intrasite game in Dallas. You are not at home essentially all of Q3. And then as we move down, it's kind of like a little bit of, rivalry season. We have the second bye week, and then we have our game against Georgia, who beat us twice this past year. And then we finish, back-to-back home games, Arkansas, and then A&M. So that would be Q4, right? That November. As you look at the schedule, what are your thoughts just on, how I've kind of divided this up mentality-wise? And B, what road game are you most excited for, most anticipating for this football season?
I kind of do like how you divided it up, but I would say my only disagreement, what I'd say is, unless you're a freshman, Oklahoma's a home game. And the reason why I say that is because it's the exact same for both teams every year. Yes, it's a neutral site game, right?
Sure.
Yes, they got to go on the road. But once you've seen the pageantry, right? Once you've gone through and you've heard the cheers at the 50-yard line, it's split. Once you've gone through the locker room and you've gone through the tunnel and you're right there, right next to the Oklahoma Sooners, right? And but once you've gone through all that one time, you're pretty much probably acclimated, right? And after that, it's just, oh yeah, I remember this. You go back to your processes and you go back to your repetitions, right? But so that's just kind of always how I viewed the Red River. But and I think so. You did ask me. Did you ask me yet which road game I'm?
Well, before you get to which road game you're most, if you could, if budget, schedule, all those things were no issue, and obviously you'd say I would go to every Texas game, but if you could only go to one, which road game would you pick? That's what I'm going to ask you. But before you get there, the reason why I don't consider just an outright home game, I understand what you're saying, especially playing on Texas soil. We should always feel like we're playing at home, especially the amount of kids we have from Dallas.
It's dead 50-50. It's as close as
you can get to 50-50. But the game starts at 50-50. We know that the game does not remain 50-50 depending on how the game is going. We have seen that environment. I mean, we've both been in that environment multiple times. I have been there when it feels like louder than DKR in favor of Texas. And I've also been in that same building, sometimes in the same game, Nash,
where it feels like you're standing outside of a stadium and you hear the cheers inside the stadium. And you're just like, you're hearing them and you're like, I hate that y'all are having a good time right now. I hate it.
It is the most unique environment you can put yourself. I feel like it's just something that's all to its own. But in terms of the routine and familiarity of going through that process, I do agree that is, that does give you a sense of familiarity. But point is, you're not playing in Austin for quite a bit, right? In that middle chunk, and you're playing some pretty physical football teams. Maybe not the best football teams, but some physical football teams. So I would, that's a very interesting part of the schedule. We know
a lot of air miles getting picked up.
Yeah. So anyway, if you could do one road game this year, which road game are you doing?
It's the cheap answer, but Ohio State. The reason why I would not consider a Florida or a Georgia, one specifically Georgia, I've heard multiple Georgia fans wish that their environment was better. Like, talk about their environment, saying how, like, compared to an Alabama, compared to an LSU, compared to hopefully even like a Texas, that their environment just is lacking, is just behind. Just game day, like, you think back to like Texas, a lot of the stuff that we have going on outside leading up to the game. I don't think Georgia has a lot of that stuff. Yeah, there's some tailgates, right? Yeah, but there's no giant midway. There's no giant fair going on right outside the stadium. And this, I may have outdated information, but I've heard some Georgia fans talk about saying, "Hey, our game day environment, I wish it were more like other schools." So I kind of hear that, and I'm like, you know what? If that's how their own fans feel, then probably there's probably other better environments to go to. And then when you look at like, hey, there's the Horseshoe, and that's one of the most iconic venues in college football. And you go and you look at what there's a lot on the line, right? It's it's a little bit different than when we went to go play Michigan. One, it wasn't game one, right?
Right. It was week 2. Mm-hmm.
It was week 2. And so there's a little bit of, you get to pop somebody else, right? You get to warm up. Like Texas is getting ready to go out to Ohio State, and they're ready. They're going to get ready to pop somebody, right? And that's what you have to have. And Ohio State's going to get ready like that. But it's going to be different because the last team that we played last year
was Ohio State.
So the last team that Michael Taft has seen in a jersey is Ohio State. The next team he's going to see in a jersey on the opposite side of the field is Ohio State. And I think that mentality, our guys are going to come with a little bit different level of passion. They're going to look at it like guys like Michael Taft are going to look at it as like Michael Taft's going to be looking at it probably through the lens of, I should be in the NFL right now. I should have won a national championship and been in the NFL, but you say a word for a different one. You guys are the reason why I don't have a national championship. Right? Because you got one play on Quinn Ewers. You beat the right tackle. Right? And I think that they're going to come in with that mentality. That's just going to be one of the really packed environments because we didn't play Michigan the year before. Probably, I wish we did play Michigan because if we had beat Washington, then the comparisons would be almost 1-to-1 on this one. But I think that's just there's a different level of energy that's going to be game one. That environment's I wish it weren't 11 a.m. because I think I'm thinking about going. And
okay.
Yeah, I'm almost I'm legitimately putting my money where my mouth is, right? So
I like that. Did you go to so you were we talked about this earlier this week actually. You were at the Cotton Bowl opposite of me in Dallas. So, you would also be going back to back games.
Not this one. Not this
that Ohio State fan base is something else, man. For those who have not experienced watching your favorite football team in the same space as those people, I heard the Michigan people were not an issue at all from a lot of the Texas people I talked to that went to Ann Arbor. They said they were pretty cool. Not to say that, every Ohio State person was a prick that I dealt with, but the energy was like, I had fun. I'll put it this way. When Georgia came to Austin and they beat they went belt to ass on us, especially in that first half, but at least in that first game, it was actually kind of cool. The only thing that annoyed me with Georgia fans was the barking. But that's what they do. They weren't
the barking. It was the barking after. It was like, dude, look, I understand. First half, y'all beat the absolute crap out of us, right? Beat the shit out of us. But I saw y'all when we're down at Texas is down 8 after a Jade Barron interception. We go and we punch a TD in. We kick the ball off. We pin them at the 11. We have them 3rd and 10 at the 11, right? And then also Georgia fans, the wide receiver that y'all wanted benched all year long is the guy that catches the ball and basically saves the day for Georgia to not punt the ball back. In that moment, I saw Georgia fans full surrender Cobra. They were like, what's happening? We're losing this. We're going to lose this game to Texas. They were looking worried, like crossed arms, all sorts of that stuff, right? And then 10 minutes later, after they drive down the field, mainly because of it, and you go back to that one drive, it's like 3 chunk plays that Texas hadn't given up all night long.
Yeah.
And then they punch the ball in, and then all of a sudden it's back to barking, right? It's like, so that was my one thing. I'm like, look, I'd have been okay with the barking if y'all just barked the entire time, right? Instead of You know, you went to your doghouse for a little bit when
But you
Texas
know what
had it.
got tight at that point of the game?
But Ohio State fans at the same time.
Ohio State fans is a different animal. I'm saying this is now. I've been around Bama fans, right? We were around Bama fans a few years ago. Their arrogance is a little bit different. It's like old, like we're almost tired of winning type arrogance. But it wasn't. I'm fine with that. Obviously we've been around OU fans our entire life. That's a whole nother thing. But Ohio State fan, that was the most unique. The chick that elbowed me in the head, like the chaos that was going on in the concession stand in the concession area, like it's a different energy. I've heard from people that were at the 05 game at the shoe that it was nasty business there for those who did travel to that game. And I'm with you, man. That the game, I wish, when I watched that game on TV, I was 17 years old in 05. That game, man, it looked so cool being at night, us and the Icy Whites, and just the atmosphere. Like it was prime time. This 11 o'clock, this 11 a.m. big noon nonsense. Yuck. Like
people
I'm not
just waking up, dude. Come on, it's like, come on, like
we're
not all old farts that are going to. We're not
So I'm assuming Clemson and LSU are going to get the.
Yeah, no, they do. I think they do have the nighttime game because but it's because ESPN has 7 o'clock, CBS has the 3:30, and Fox is like, okay, well, we want to make 11-hour prime time, so we're like, and it's I think that's stupid. But I will say, as for like Ohio State fans, that's a unique fan I've never encountered before. I swear to God, dude. You can probably agree with me on this.
They skyrocketed to the top of the list, bro.
When it's 14-14, right? And Texas is like actually coming back, and it's like looking like, okay, without that Henderson touchdown, we're ahead, right? And we're winning this game. I remember it got to a point, even after Ohio State scored, and then when we were going down the field, it just like when we were driving down the field, I just felt confident. I was like we're down 21-14, right? But we're going to win.
We're going to match. They had just scored. We're going to go match that
because
score.
Because the way our defense was playing, like I hadn't seen a defense shut down Ohio State the way that we had all year long. And I'd been watching a lot of Ohio State because I wanted to try and keep tabs with teams that we might face up against. And you would the way that Ohio State fans were acting the second that they get one small lead, or any, you'd think that they were Bama and hadn't given up a single point all year long. They were ready to fight.
Crazy.
They were ready to fight. Crazy. Like I'm like, dude, like what is wrong with you? Like what drugs did you take?
I've never heard. I've sat next to OU fans, like some misplaced OU fans, right? But like, I've done it. I've been in some environments now. I've never heard nobody talking crazy the way, like to you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, man, Tran and I are looking at each other like we don't have to squabble today. Like really? Like
no, yeah, it's literally like no shit. Same thing. I was with Ghost on Twitter. I'm with Ghost of 40 Acres on Twitter, and we're like, are we gonna have to fight? Like, is this going down today? Because Ohio State fans are.
That's a different.
I don't know. Like, look, hey, maybe it does mean more in the SEC, but dude, those dudes are a wild, emotional bunch. That's the nicest way.
Bevo's bodyguard. You saying UGA fans are worse? Interesting. I will say I'm a pretty big dude, but when Tran and I were leaving, there was a gentleman at the Georgia game, who had he was Down syndrome, special needs, but he was wearing an UGA t-shirt, and bro saw his friend across from me, and they had just won. He's in a good mood. He goes, "Frank!" and charges forward. And I swear he knocked me off my feet, bro. Like the special strength of this individual he channeled the power of the last 10 Uggas getting through me to get to his boy Frank. So, shout out to that young man in the Ugga t-shirt from the game, because he was excited to get to Frank. But let me move forward with this. Nash, real quick, I'm gonna highlight my game, and then I want to argue with you about this. So I'm probably going to try to get to the Georgia game just because of some connections and just timing of the year and what works best for my schedule. But I would be excited to go to Gainesville and see Florida and the SEC opener. Peyton Manning never beat Florida. That there's that whole Manning versus the Gators thing. Manning versus Lagway has become a thing this offseason. And just a lot of scuttlebutt, especially after we, kicked their ass last year in Austin. It's like they're really looking to actually, fight back this time with Billy Napier. And they have a big season full of expectations coming up with a really, really, really difficult schedule yet again. But being in that Florida environment, I just want to see, because growing up, they used to have like the number one most feared venue, like even over Death Valley back in the day. But yeah, that Florida atmosphere would be one that is another bucket list. But the good thing is, over the next 5-10 years, we'll be able to get to these environments, right? It's not the only time we'll ever play there. But I know you have been a major proponent of having the Texas A&M game on Thanksgiving. And last year we played on Saturday, which to me was, that's a no-no in itself. Last year was on Saturday. And I've always been a proponent of playing the game on Black Friday. And it's just how at the time when the game was on Black Friday, that's when I kind of got a hold of Ricky Williams and whatnot. I don't know if I ever would have seen Texas play to get my fandom if that game had been on Thanksgiving. The fact that it was on Friday and it was the only game, like the only attention, and all of it sucked to them was a big reason why I got to be exposed to them. I think when you're starting to deal with going up against the NFL like that on Thanksgiving Day, granted, it would be after the Cowboys game, which is their baby of a ranking spot. I've always just, it's been interesting. I remember I think they played TCU on Thanksgiving one year randomly, but for the most part, I've always been a Black Friday guy for this game, and playing it there. But why do you advocate so hard for that game to be on Thanksgiving, rivaling the NFL?
Because that's how I grew up. I grew up with the game. When I grew up, the game, like watching Texas football, the game was mainly played on Thanksgiving, and like it was just a lot of times I was going to Thanksgiving. I alternated my mom's side of the family and my dad's side of the family, and my mom's side is all Aggies. So every year I'm up there, I got to listen to them trash talk me all day. Like say, I'm the only Longhorn in there, right? And it's like that Drewski, I'm the one to stand on business, one man versus 20, like, so I'm just like, I'm having to listen to this. I'm like, didn't y'all just lose last year? Like, when are y'all going to learn, right? And then my reward is after a great Thanksgiving meal, I get to watch Texas beat Texas A&M every year. It was a rinse and repeat. They got one they got one like twice or something like that. So they got to hold one over me. But I just love, to me, it comes down to tradition like that. It just feels like a good tradition for me.
I understand.
And I understand, like, there's a lot of people that are like, I wouldn't be able to get to the game if it's on Thanksgiving. I do get that, but at the same time, I do think it also works well in our players' favor, because if you're playing on a Friday or Saturday, you don't get to go spend time with your family until Sunday, and then even then you're on, you are on kind of done with the season, right? But you get a little bit of time off, but so you get to get that belly full anyways. But I just think that you get to be closer. The kids, they get to go have their Thanksgiving closer to the actual day with their families. They can go have their Thanksgiving on Friday, on Black Friday, when everybody's out shopping. I don't know. I'm also kind of just fishing for excuses to have it on have it on Thursday. But I love being able to like watch football and eat food. I love the NFL. I've become like a big fantasy football fan, so like watching the NFL has been big. And I think that's also kind of been part of it is if you go and you look at some of the recent like late night matchups that we've had on Thanksgiving. I mean, like this last year was Green Bay versus the Dolphins, and
That
it
was a
was
terrible
30-17.
Yeah,
And then you
sending
go the year
Miami
before,
in
it's
the middle,
31-13.
sending
And
Miami to Wisconsin that time of year was we already knew what that was going to be. When I saw
then you got
Tua
in
out there with
2021, you got
like
the
he was about to
Bills
go
31-6. I just like 41-6. This one might hit you a little hard watching the Cowboys lose 41-16. I just like I don't know, man. I would rather as a Texas fan because I'm a Texas fan first more than anything else, and I would rather. And it is a little bit of a like a nervousness thing. Like I want to get this thing out of the way, man. Like I want to get this thing done, but I don't know. I do miss watching Texas football with some turkey and some rolls, mashed taters, mac and cheese, dressing. I miss it, man.
Can we throw CB's comment up there about 96-07? Texas played on Black Friday. Yeah. This is I think this is really the crux of where
Yeah,
we
no,
fall,
it comes
right?
down to what you grew up
Yeah.
with.
Yeah.
And that's what
I wouldn't have seen Ricky Williams.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, but I think that you're also because I was thinking like this exact comment, but you're in a little bit unique of a boat where you weren't a Texas fan before you saw Ricky, and then you saw Ricky, and then that kind of am I getting that correct?
Well, yeah, I
For
mean,
me,
I was a kid. I was what during that game, I was 8, 9 years old. So it was like, I knew about Texas before because my mom was alum, but it was when I was like, no, I'm whether she's around or not, I'm watching this team because isolated. Like it was that day. I remember that day so well because he was trying to break the record that day. And it was all over TV. We already knew he was going to win. Like the Heisman thing was he had already kind of run away with it. It was about the record. And it was the only thing on TV. It was like it had all the eyeballs. Like everybody in my sphere, and keep in mind I'm in Maryland, right? Like everybody was looking at Texas that day. And it was just
that's different because I grew up, me growing up in Austin, right? I was probably going to be a Longhorn no matter what. Right? I'm not like a Baker Mayfield. I was pretty like your parents. I had a dad that went to Texas, so I kind of was indoctrinated into it. But you growing up in Maryland, like you kind of needed that Ricky Williams experience to become a Longhorn. So I do get that, right? And there's going to be more reach. It'll be interesting because I'm actually like I'll say this. I'm open to it being a Black Friday game, especially if it gets the eyeballs. I hated that last year's A&M game didn't really have the attention that it probably deserved.
Well, it shouldn't have been on Saturday. Should have been on Saturday. It was.
I didn't get that. It's just like
that in itself was just dumb, right? But I mean, they fixed it, so I mean, at least better, right? Like we're never all gonna
better
agree.
late than never.
Yeah, but like having it on Saturday was really silly because
I wish I went to last year's.
That was a busy day for all of football when it's like this game needs to stand out.
Yeah, no, I really do wish I went to last year's game because the environment was just absolutely fantastic, and I don't know. I was so jealous of all the people that got to go to that game. blew my mind, man.
I think I got pulled away for a second. So I'm gonna stop. Let's get to the next. You able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. So let's get to the next thing on the agenda as we roll through here. Make sure you guys subscribe the whole bit. Shout out to BK and the Texas Sports Unfiltered family. Shout out to Chip and Zay here filling in on the 2 to 4 slot. You know, they do a great job each and every day bringing you guys amazing content, amazing time, and all of our wonderful sponsors here on the Texas Sports Unfiltered platform, as well as the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. So, just really excited to, continue to talk, talk about these moments and how the season is going to break down. Because I know there's all, we always have kind of our entry point into Texas football, Texas sports, and I definitely wanted to talk to Nash about that there because it was something that we've kind of debated offline, for different reasons over the years. But having that understanding, right? I didn't know that about your family. I'm sure you didn't know that about my family. So it's interesting, right? How we get that exposure and what that game means, right? Because especially not having that game for so long, going through most of the significant portion of my adult life not playing them, and then getting the opportunity to be in the SEC and get that back going again is huge. So on the agenda, we got 40 minutes left. There's a bunch of things I wanted to also touch on, but getting back here, last night, OKC, Denver. So a little NBA talk for those of you who have been following the Thunder and Nuggets series. Game 6 in Denver, they force a game 7. Jokic, Jamal Murray, they ball out yet again. A lot of help from Christian Brown, who had 23 points, and some clutch shooting from Aaron Gordon, some clutch shooting from Michael Porter Jr. I think the big storyline for me with this young Thunder team that's trying to break through, they were eliminated by the Dallas Mavericks last year, and they said, you know what, we need to go out and get some sides. We need to go out and get tougher. We want to help SGA. SGA is probably going to win MVP this year, but it's looking like, hey, Jokic is the best player in the world, but you're going to win the MVP, and is Jokic going to boot you out of the playoffs type thing? But to me, and this is a sports thing for a long time, when you have a situation where somebody is not performing in the playoffs the way that they need to be, it becomes a storyline. Jalen Williams of the Oklahoma City Thunder, who was an all-star this year, averaging 22 points per game. Everybody's talking about, can he be the second option, a true, reliable second option for Oklahoma City? He's been unmitigated levels of ass, okay? 6 points last night for Jalen Williams, all-star Jalen Williams. So you're giving me 22 every night. And in a closeout situation, you go 3 for 16, 0 for 4 from the free throw line. You're missing dunks. It's obviously something going on there where he's just not able to perform. I don't know what it is. It's they're obviously loading up on SGA, and these games are really interesting. I think this game 7 is going to be really, really good. If you watch basketball, I definitely recommend you check out game 7. It is in Oklahoma City, and they will have an opportunity to get Jalen. This is a legacy game coming up for Jalen Williams. You hear legacy game a lot on Twitter, Nash. I think this is a relevant time to throw the accusations up against Jalen Williams after having 6 points last night. Because he's been stinking up the joint. I always say, Nash, in big game, even with Texas, it's like, yo, if you average 80 yards per game rushing, I need you to get your 80. Whatever your average is, get your average. If you're a baseball player, all of a sudden you hitting 250 and that joint goes down to 120, And it's like I'm expecting us to at least get average. So, I don't. What you have any thoughts you want to chime in on it in regards to this series? I know you don't watch a whole lot of NBA, but just love to hear your thoughts in general, man.
I literally couldn't have told you a player on each roster. I couldn't. I mean, and the hilarious part is I might have guessed Russell Westbrook was on the Thunder.
He used to be on the Thunder.
Yeah, I know.
Now he's on the Nuggets.
Yeah, now he's on the Nuggets. So I haven't really paid attention to the NBA in a year. The last time I did was probably around the start of the Steph Curry dynasty at Golden State. And part of me now, the reason why I also kind of don't like, part of the reason why I don't like to go back and pay attention to the NBA is because I'm like I like that, like, kind of almost being like a lasting memory. And I don't want to feel old. I don't want to ever look back and see how long ago that was that Steph Curry started the Golden State Warriors dynasty. So I'm kind of remaining somewhat young in my own mind. But
speaking of Steph Curry, they were eliminated. Unfortunately, he's been battling that hamstring injury. He wasn't able to make it back, and they got eliminated by the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have advanced to the Western Conference Finals. So whoever wins the OKC Denver series will go and play Minnesota in the Western Conference Finals. And then on the East Coast, on the East, Eastern Conference, obviously Indiana Pacers got rid of those frauds from Cleveland. We were lied to all year by the Cleveland Cavaliers. Absolute fraudulent team. I mean, to go and win 60-something games and then just get absolutely blasted in 5 games like that versus Indiana and Tyrese Halliburton is crazy. So Indiana is waiting on the winner of Boston and New York. And you want to talk about fan bases. The New York Knicks, Nash, are the closest things you will get in the NBA to Ohio State fans.
I've been seeing some stuff on, like, look, as little as I pay attention on Twitter, right? Like I've been seeing a little bit of this stuff between the Knicks and the Celtics fans, and it's nasty. I don't know. Yeah,
it's entertaining for me because I have no skin in the game over there. But I will say, growing up on the East Coast, this is a big deal. And the Knicks are the biggest deal for somebody that has not won anything in the last, 50, 60 years. Just absolute, failures of a franchise. But they still come to the table every week, every day, loud, proud, and wrong. But
hey, at least you got to respect the delusion. It's at least like, it's like, hey,
that
man,
delusion's
it's a
crazy,
level.
Man. And then you have the Boston fans. That's a whole nother animal. 18-time world champions. They will remind you constantly, even though there were 4 white guys in the league back then, and they just kept racking it up with Bill Russell. But hey, you know what? 18-time world champs. Go Boston. All right. Now, in that particular series,
go Larry Bird. My dad's favorite.
In that particular series, New York Knicks are up 3-2, even with Jason. So Jason Tatum went down in Game 4. Boston rallied in Game 5 at home to at least get it to 3-2. Jason Tatum, by the way, for those who are into sports medicine, he tore his Achilles, and he had surgery within hours of tearing his Achilles. Within hours of tearing his Achilles, he had surgery on it. They say that they wanted to get in there before the swelling happened, which will help significantly with his recovery time. So this is something I am paying close attention to, just because we've had guys go down with Achilles injuries, as most recently even on Texas football, Christian Clark, and how they, bounce back and what they look like athletically post an injury like that. So I do think that was interesting that he had surgery on his Achilles just hours after that injury in the Garden. But we will get that game tonight, Game 6 in New York, where New York has an opportunity to close out the world champion Boston Celtics and advance to the Eastern Conference Finals versus the Indiana Pacers. So for those of you who follow basketball out there, this is a big weekend, as we should know by the end of the weekend who we will be going to see in the conference finals in these matchups. So exciting times. Nash, I do want to ask you about this since you do follow the NFL. Field Yates put out a tweet about, and this kind of coincides with the NFL schedule releases this week. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to social media, but they have gone crazy wild with these teams with their schedule releases and making it. When did this become theatrical? The schedule, I don't remember it being like this. Like everybody had a thing.
I think in 2022 the Chargers had that first one that was like it was like really like creative, and then like ever since then it was like became like teams started to kind of do their own, like follow suit. Like you saw like the Seahawks doing one. You started to see it like, and it's just, I think it's kind of like a fun thing that's kind of just stuck. And
it's caught on.
The one thing that I love is that every single year, if you want to go for like memes, like meme level, the Chargers, they just manage to every single year just reset the bar. Like it's like, yeah, we're the ones that created this, and also we're the ones that are the best at this, right? Like
we're the standard.
Like it was hilarious to see how many, like there was like 3 or 4 different teams that had Minecraft videos queued up, and then they're like, well, we can't compete with that, so we just gotta cut our video and come up with one, like scrap one together. And then I also love the Tyreek Hill interaction. He's like, the Colts should have left up their
Chris CB said down there Colts had to delete theirs, and apparently they had something against Microsoft too in there. Like
they don't have a partnership with Microsoft, but I don't know. It's just like, I also think back to the Chargers. I just was curious. I was just like, let me see what that QR code says for the Raiders one. And I was just like having a good time, like going to open link, and like it takes you to 10 different links. I think the Chargers, they're unmatched, and the only one that I've ever actually probably is one of my just true favorites, and it's because of nostalgia, is if you remember a couple years back, the Carolina Panthers, they had one. It was like a 90s theme.
And really, I don't remember this one.
I'll have to send it to you off. But yeah, it's like a kid that you got there's Tom, a schedule pops up on a Tamagotchi. There's you're picking up the landline off the wall, right?
Oh, nice.
The dial pad. Families are you're having to jack the controller from your sister to go watch the TV. You're having to bump somebody off the computer to go log into your AOL, right? It's it's straight up old school, and it's like a kid riding his bike, and he drops his bike off in the front yard, and it's the era that me and you would probably recognize growing up in.
You send that my way. I'd love to check that out
because it's really nostalgic.
I did like the Bills one that they did with Allen Iverson. That was creative. Josh Allen said, "Hey, well, let's just use AI," and they take it literally. Yeah. And he's like, "Yeah, when I think of AI, I don't think of AI. I think of Allen Iverson." And they got him immersed in there. So these teams getting creative. It's it's interesting. I think that theatrics are only going to continue. The Tyreek Hill thing in itself is hilarious, but that's the engagement there. But the Field Yates tweet that I was going to read to you was, it says, following the NFL schedule release, here are the top 10 games ranked by average purchase price. And by the way, half of them include the Dallas Cowboys. So number 1 is Cowboys at Raiders. Nash, can you guess what that ticket price is?
I already pulled the tweet.
Oh, you already saw it?
Yeah, that's my bad.
Dang. So $673 average ticket price to Cowboys at Raiders. First time the Cowboys have never played in Vegas before. So this is a unique thing. But also Vegas, because they're still trying to find their legs as a fan base, I feel like, and they've become the destination city for a lot of franchises. Like, I know a lot of people that are like, if their team's playing at Vegas that year, that's becoming like the party meetup for the fan base. Like they actually sell well there because it's Vegas, and that stadium is really cool, by the way, if anybody's ever been there before, and how they have it set up. I'm hit or miss. I'm not anti-Vegas, but I'm hit or miss when I'm down there. It's, depends on what you're there for. And
Well, I think I do think that Vegas, like one, granted, I've never been to Vegas, right? But I've known a lot of people that have gone to Vegas, and I'm just looking up like potential Vegas trips. I've looked and seen. It just like it feels like I know it's like known as like Sin City, but it's also like a legitimate like big city. Like there's something for everybody in Vegas. It feels.
Oh,
like.
there is,
And like I don't know, man. It's just like I could definitely like see exactly what you're saying. Like I know they're trying to find a fan base, but they might like if you're moving to Vegas, you might as well just embrace having team takeovers. Right? Like I would
yeah,
no
that's what
I'm
it's
not
become.
I'm not even kidding right now. If I'm the Oakland A's, right? And we've already lost all our fans. Instead of trying to build an entire brand new fan base, when a team comes and plays, I'm just going to start selling their merch. I'll sell your official MLB merch inside my own stadium. Puts more money in my pocket, But I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, you're at a point where with the MLB, like, because they're not going to be able to get their own fans in Vegas. You're just not going to be able to do that, right? You have to. This is the thing that I think like these billionaires are missing is that like it's like you on Black Friday, right? We're a fan of these sports teams because of a connection.
Yep.
You have to have a connection with that fan, with the people that you want to be fans. You have to go out and get in the like for example, a great example is honestly the Houston Texans would be nowhere near where they are without a guy like JJ Watt going and having the impact that he does inside the community. They would still be a franchise that honestly is exactly what we're sitting here talking about. A team that's still trying to get fans to come because they moved. Or not move. It's kind of the opposite way.
Well, yeah,
They kind of felt burned. It's opposite. But either way, it's going and like there. I just don't think that you're ever going to have enough to develop a connection with these fans and the people in Vegas to become fans. But two, like you said, it's just like it's like when Texas baseball was in the when we're talking with like other fans about okay, what road games are you going to go to? Every single one that was going to a road game, one of the first ones on their list is going to Vegas, the Las Vegas Classic. Like you're making sure you're going to Vegas.
Yeah, it's a whole thing, and it becomes a party atmosphere or just a meetup atmosphere, whether you go to the game or not, quite frankly. I mean, because it's also like Vegas is one of the most popular destinations to go for where people go to watch the Super Bowl, whether the Super Bowl is there or not. Like it is that type of atmosphere. There's a reason why people go there to watch boxing or major MMA fights. They have the infrastructure there to
well, not only that, like if you've ever been inside a casino, like if you've ever like if there's a place where you can legally bet on outcomes of sports games.
Oh yeah, no, it's
forget about a sports bar. Like if you think you've seen a lot of TVs at a sports bar, or like I forget what's that bar up in Dallas where it's like
Texas Live.
Yeah, but yeah, but if you think that's legit, I was in the first ever like actual real casino I was in was down in Bahamas, the Atlantis. I was in the Atlantis casino. And I'm like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
The TV said they have. I was watching college baseball regional. I was like, because the assholes that I had taken me were like, they were like, hey, yeah, we want to go during the regionals. I'm like, okay, well, while baseball games are going on, I'm gonna be stuck inside this casino here where there's every single game going on and like literally like probably the world. I mean, like I've never I've never seen it. I've never seen it like a building have so many sporting events on at one time.
Just the capital degenerates, you know.
Yep.
What's up, C. Gaddis? What's up, man? Good seeing you. So on this list, then we have the opener, Cowboys at Eagles, which I would, that's to me that, the Eagles are getting their recognized as the world champions in the first game of the season. It's a big rivalry game. So that one stands out. Third game, you have
honestly really similar to Ohio State and Texas.
In a way.
Going into it, hey, Philadelphia fans aren't that far off from Ohio State fans from the limited experience that I've had with them.
Philly fans, so
they're special though. They're a special little bunch.
I'm not even going to get started there for sake of time. Eagles at Packers. So they played each other last year, but they played each other in Brazil. Thought that game was weird. It was on a Friday, I think, and they played in Brazil. Jordan Love got hurt. That was a weird game, but they're going to go to Lambeau. That game, we're still in the 600s, by the way, for ticket prices. Just FYI. Cowboys at Bears. Cowboys going to Lambeau Field, $590, playing Caleb Williams, who Nash, you heard about the Caleb Williams, that quote from the book that's coming out. I don't know if you heard that about him not watching. So there was a report, or not a report, but it's basically a blurb from a book that's coming out called American Kings about quarterbacks. Arch Manning they're going to have some stuff on Arch Manning and the Mannings. It's basically a body of work of backgrounds on a lot of these quarterbacks over the last 40, 50 years, from like John Elway through Arch Manning and his recruitment to Texas. They talk about Caleb Williams and his father looking to avoid going to the Chicago Bears last year at all costs, to the point where they hired a legal team to look at the CBA to see if he could go to the UFL. This is not a joke. To see if he could go to the UFL to avoid going to the Bears because of their known, lack of quarterback development, the lack of, the Bears, by the way, have never had a 4,000-yard passer in the history of their franchise. Just absolute poverty at that position. Just the worst of the worst in the business when it comes to developing quarterbacks, especially young quarterbacks. And they were trying to avoid Chicago at all costs. And the most damning part of this is we know Matt Eberflus and that whole staff, they were ultimately fired. But Caleb Williams said he was watching film by himself during the week with no coaching input, with no instruction, no guidance. Like he's just like, whatever he learned basically from Lincoln in college, like he's doing that now by himself in a professional environment. And they're like, yeah, we're wondering why this guy's struggling, all these type of things. Like that's why I've always been adamant about, like, it's only the player to a certain degree. I don't care who it is. Some of these organizations do not know what they're doing, and that you have a very, very little opportunity for success when the environment is what it is. And so Shane Waldron, who's the OC, all these guys, apparently they were not in the room and they were not investing. I don't know if you're not in the room with your starting quarterback, then what are you doing? Where are you?
What
do you like? How's he watching film by himself? Like, how is that possible in the NFL?
It's mind-boggling. But I'll say this, dude. Like, it reminds me a lot of the Jim Schlosson coming to Texas. Because you look at A&M. A&M was the preseason number one, and the reason why is because, good reason why. It's no secret. Jim Schlosson probably wanted to bring a lot of those players over when he came to Texas, right? He probably wanted to pour a lot of them over. Hiring Michael Early allowed them to keep their roster intact from what it was basically almost the exact same roster from last year. And now, granted, they didn't have a guy like a Caden Sorrell. Like, he wasn't necessarily back yet, but now that he is back, he's been playing really some great baseball. But I mean, they still have like Caden Kent. They had a Jace Lavalette. Hayden Schott. They have plenty of pieces. And not just that, like a really good pitching staff. It goes to show the drop from year 1 to year 2. Not year 1 to year 2, but just drop between 2 years side by side. I mean, this year's completely different for Texas A&M. They were the 2 seed going into the NCAA tournament. And now Texas is having the exact success that they were supposed to have. And it's just, you can't help but think, well, this shows the importance of coaching. Because that's the exact same roster, almost to the lineup. They're missing a Braden Montgomery. They're missing 1 or 2 other guys
Sure.
that served roles on the team.
Who were high profile. Braden Montgomery especially was like a high profile transfer, right? Like, one of those guys that I forget the word, but he's more of, in that ilk of, he was just a hired assassin, essentially, not necessarily a program guy from what he did at Stanford, but go ahead.
No, I mean, you go and look, like Gavin Cash was supposed to be one of those guys for Texas A&M this year, and he just, quite frankly, did not live up to potential. Like he was a guy that was supposed to go high in this MLB draft this next year, and I'm not sure if he can return. I think he can, but it's not a situation where I'm not some dude that's super plugged into MLB draft, because that's, you want to talk about falling recruiting. Oh my God. Like that's like that. It's no rest for the wicked in that, and that's the MLB little service where you're following there's a lot of names to follow, but just Texas A&M, they didn't really need to bring in too many transfers. Like, yeah, they did have to replace Braden Montgomery, but they have some
high profile mercenary is what I wanted to say.
Mercenary. But I mean, and that's kind of a little bit of what I would put Cash in that category, but he hates Texas so much at this point that, you know what, he might be an Aggie at heart, right? He's got to be a very unique player that went from Texas to Texas Tech to Texas A&M. There's a lot of hate there, but it's mainly the same roster with completely different results. And then you look at the coaching staff is basically the entire coaching staff. I mean, Michael Early, save for Michael Early, who's the hitting coach. I mean, you got Nolan Kane at Texas, who was assistant head coach at Texas A&M. Max Weiner brought him over. Brought over more of the other support role guys. Brought over Chuck Box, the guy that runs analytics for them. That ran analytics for A&M and runs analytics here. I mean, it goes to show a lot of what Caleb Williams is trying to avoid. I want, you prioritize good coaching over a roster.
So they, the last thing from that is they wanted to be traded, or not traded, but they wanted to facilitate some way. Basically, I mean, this is what the book I think will cover. The book doesn't come out till September, but Elway historically didn't want to go to at the time, the Baltimore Colts. For those who remember the famous 1983 draft, he did not want to go to Baltimore. We know about Eli Manning in 2004 when Archie Manning steps in and says there's too much incompetence in San Diego and we will not sign, right? And to the point where Eli at the combine told teams, don't pick me. Please don't pick me. Like, they were upfront about it. Like, you guys are incompetent. We don't trust you. Like, this is serious. Yeah, don't know what you're doing. And so Caleb Williams wanted to go to Minnesota. They wanted to be in the and it kind of speaks to, like, they kind of knew ball a little bit, because Sam Darnold and them went 14-3. Like, that was the team they were trying to angle towards to see what they could do in the draft. Obviously, Minnesota had a need at quarterback at that time and picked J.J. McCarthy,
I
in
still
the
don't
top 10. And we will see what young JJ does this year, returning from his injury. But that's where he was trying to go. He was trying to go to Minnesota. He was trying to angle to go to Minnesota. He was trying to pull an Elway. He was trying to pull an Eli behind the scenes. And yes, Elway said he would be a Yankee instead. He was using baseball at the time as his leverage. So
you know what? I love that Bo Jackson. He said he told Tampa Bay, pick me if you want. You're wasting a draft pick, and they picked him. And hey, y'all wasted it. He stood on. Bo Jackson is one of the kings of standing on business.
I mean, but when you understand the business and you understand why teams are the way that they are, I mean, think about it this way. You don't think Caleb Williams had seen what had happened to Justin Fields just right in front of his face? And then on top of that, you guys are coaching for your jobs. Y'all couldn't get it done with Justin Fields. You think I'm going to come in there and save you? Then y'all end up getting yourselves fired. They had the most disaster. Remember the end of the Lions game on Thanksgiving? That last 30 seconds, like they got fired after that, right? So it's like I'm already going into year 2 with a new coach. Like this is why Ben Johnson, who's been heavily regarded from the Detroit Lions and the work that he did with Jared Goff and the work that he did with the run game and all the success that the Detroit Lions have had. Ben Johnson was the secret sauce, right? Under Coach Campbell. They are banking on Ben Johnson now. Already, Caleb's on his second coach. Third play caller, because they had to have another play caller after them dudes got fired, right? And then, so he's already going to be on play caller number 3 in his second season. He hasn't even started his second season yet. This is why people are trying to avoid you.
Yeah, and it's honestly one of the reasons why. Like, I know they haven't directly said it, but they've been very open, like, hinting and talking about, like, hey, yeah, we don't care about, we're not trying to rush Arch Manning into the league. Like, I would be really surprised if Arch Manning plays 1 year at Texas and then goes into the NFL draft.
I don't think he will. He's in
just
no rush.
purely based off of they
especially
don't
if
need
the Saints
him.
get the first pick.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just I think that look, I think Archie Manning is probably going to be sitting there going, you know what? I don't give a damn about legacy.
I'm gonna do it again.
Ain't there anymore. Sean Payton ain't there.
or I'm gonna make calls again. No, we're not doing it. Like, but he's not. I think Arch is definitely a 2-year guy. The development, the long-term development. Also, the NFL has shifted. You talked about this in the group chat. They're actually preferring the Jaden Daniels, right? The Bo Nixes, the guys that are 24
4 and 5 year quarterbacks.
4 or 5 year quarterbacks with a lot of snaps, a lot of different situations, especially as much football is being played now. And, the game is a little bit closer on the field to the NFL product than it has been in a long time. It is better for them to just get more out of it. And quite frankly, Arch likes being here. This is he's in no rush from everything that we know. He does not come off as a kid that is one and done. The Mannings have never done business that way. Peyton Manning, for those who don't recall, it was a big deal in 1997 when he came back to Tennessee for his senior year. Everybody had him going to be the number 1 pick the year before after his junior season. Go, if you're not familiar with this, go look it up. I'm sure they got stories on it on YouTube and stuff. But it was a really big deal when he announced that he was coming back for his senior year at Tennessee. That's why a lot of people are bitter that he did not win the Heisman over Charles Woodson, by the way, because of all of that hype of him coming back. It was a big – so that's how they operate. As CB here said, Eli spent 5 years at Ole Miss. So they're playing the long game. They always have. And with a blueprint that has worked and been so successful for them, why shift now, right?
Yeah,
why shift after 1 year under a former NFL play caller that's your head coach and playing an NFL offense? Why shift right now?
And this also kind of goes a little bit into. I think that this would be a good question for you because I'm interested to hear your take on this. I don't think there's a world where Steve Sarkisian can get hired out of college to the NFL.
What do you
And
mean?
the reason why I say that is because I don't think a team is going to be willing to pay him enough. And because if he is,
Oh, if you're just talking money. No, I was about to say, because
if he is
there's
paid
teams that
enough,
have been interested.
well,
There's
but
teams,
if he is paid enough money, the deal is he would have to be the first coach to be paid that much money that does not have a Super Bowl. Like he would be the only like I mean I don't
yeah.
I'm almost willing to say in the history, but currently right now, coaches over $12 million. If you make over $12 million in the NFL, you have won
Yeah,
a
it's
Super
like
Bowl.
Sean Payton, Sean McVay, like people of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like Mike Tomlin. It's
Yeah.
the
They
Andy
all got
Reids of the
rings.
world.
Yeah.
You're the top of the top, so it would have to.
I see what you're saying.
A team would have to take a huge jump of faith that Steve Sarkisian could do exactly what he was doing at Texas and do that at the NFL level. So I was curious to hear your take on that.
No, when you factor in the money, right? Because when you first said,
If that's what it's going to take. You're going to are you
yeah,
going to
I'm like,
leave, especially Steve Sarkisian. Let's just say a hypothetical scenario: he wins the national championship this year. Like some people are thinking, like that allows him to jump the ship. In my opinion, it's like, look, that just makes his job that much more safe at Texas. Why would he ever leave?
I could see him leaving one day, not anytime soon. I could see him, because to me, he's always been more Pete Carroll than Nick Saban. And Pete Carroll's is, the one thing he has over Saban and Belichick is he's won at both, right? Like Pete Carroll's the only, like, out of that group, we talk about GOATs. We forget Pete Carroll did it at both. Like
Yeah,
that's
how
the rare thing. But
Pete Carroll
how, yeah,
got to the NFL is through a scan. It's not like he was
true,
pulled away from the NFL
true,
by the NFL.
true. I'm just saying if he wanted to go and say, hey, this is now about legacy versus money, like, but that would be way down the road. That Sark is still relatively a younger coach for where he's at, right? So,
and that's the other thing. I don't think Texas would let him, like with how young Sark is. It's hard for me to see a world where unless our boosters are like almost like ready to like mutually part ways with Steve Sarkisian, it's hard for me to see a world where we have success and potential national championships under Steve Sarkisian's belt, and those boosters let him walk. I mean,
no, but things come. It's not like LSU wanted Nick Saban to walk, right? Like there's things happen, right? Like, and time goes by too. Like but right now in the soon and near future, no, right? Like I'm talking about like going into the next decade, right? Like I don't see that being any unless like you said, unless something scandalous occurred. I don't see that happen. We're getting ready to wrap up as we roll into the 4:00 spot. This has been a blast. Catching up with Nash, talking about Texas baseball, the SEC champions, right? Catching up on Texas's football schedule. Talked about the recruiting. Jermaine Bishop Jr. commits to Texas. Hayward Howard commits to Texas this week. So big week on the recruiting front for Texas football. Some big playoff games coming up in the NBA. And one thing I do wanted to ask you, Nash, is what do you have going on this weekend? What's on the slate for you, my friend?
just watching some more Texas baseball, just kind of.
All right. Well, for me, I will be going tonight to UTA to go check out the debut of Paige Beckers. It is the opening night of the WNBA, and my wife and I are going to go see the Dallas Wings versus the Minnesota Lynx. So we're going to go have a good time and see Paige Beckers and her debut, number one, first overall pick, WNBA draft. Dallas Wings and Mavericks getting the number one pick in the WNBA and NBA draft. So I'm going to go check that out. Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever play the Chicago Sky tomorrow. So, that may be some now that the Clark Reese is tomorrow, I believe. They kick off on the 17th. That game's tomorrow. That game's not today. Trust me on that, because that will be appointment television. There will be, and if you're not watching, you will see the clips on Twitter. Trust me on that. Like the eyeballs that come with Caitlin Clark and those ladies is incredible. But
Hey,
that's what
Caitlin
I got
Clark-
going on into this weekend.
Caitlin Clark, I mean, for somebody that has no, I mean, is like, even with me following as little as I do in NBA, I love playing basketball, but it's just not one of those sports that I really watch a lot. From just a completely outside observer's perspective, she does feel like the Tiger Woods of the WNBA. Like,
Yeah, she's bringing
like the pure amount of eyeballs that she solely has brought, like selling out a damn football stadium to go watch Iowa play basketball.
When the Wings play at UTA, they play their home games at UTA, University of Texas Arlington. When they play the Fever, they will play at American Airlines Center where the Mavericks play. And the average ticket price for that, Nash, is in the 400s.
Dude, I bet, dude.
Okay, so that is she's like a concert. She's like Sabrina Carpenter, all these young ladies out here just is crazy.
It's like going to watch.
She's a hooper.
It's like watching. Hey, we're going to watch Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever play.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Now I appreciate you.
I appreciate you for having me.
Yeah, man, jumping on with me here today. I think Patrick and Open Gym is up next for the crew.
Hey guys,
what's up?
We're right here. We're ready to go, ready to rock and roll.
What's
on
up, fellas?
Friday afternoon. Glad to have you guys on with us before. Always good to talk with you, Steven. Good to see you, Nash. Yeah, we're ready to go on a Friday afternoon. It was a fun night watching Denver pull up a Game 7 last night. I'm a big fan of Game 7s. And then also, of course, Max Ballou made last night a lot more fun. So had a good time. Appreciate you guys. Enjoy your weekend. Appreciate to have you guys jump on with us on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're going to have a good show today.
Take care.
Appreciate you guys. Oop, we knocked the wrong guy. There we
go. I'm supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be here.
I'm trying to do too many things at once, man. I'm trying to do too many things at once. I was a producer for many years, and apparently I was better at that than what I am in this. CV says Spurs fans represent. Yes, we have to have some Spurs fans. Oh, man. Not a great start for Texas softball as we start off, though. As Texas softball is already allowing a run here in the first inning. So we got that game up against Eastern Illinois. That game is going on. We'll keep you up with that one as we keep going on the show today. NBA playoffs. We're going to do the schedule game for Texans because we missed it yesterday. Matt's Bourbon Banter. ESPN put out a list of the best college coaches in football. So I want to get into that, see where Sark lands on that one. Who won the SEC offseason, but of course, Texas baseball. PGA Championship is this weekend. Astros and Rangers is this weekend. But, by the way, I'm Patrick Davis. Alongside me is my man Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. I'm all thrown off now. It's a Friday. Who cares? Let's get into it. I do want to start off. I want to carry this through the show. We kind of did this last week on a Friday to have a little fun Friday with everybody who's joining us today. And I want to ask you guys at Doc_Texas on Twitter asked about a week ago or so. He asked the question of the top 5 Longhorns in the last 10 years. It's a tricky question. We'll get to mine and Matt's list here a little bit later. But I want to get you guys, if you want to throw in the chat, your list of the top 5 Longhorns for football in the last 10 years, basically the post-Mac Brown era. If you want to throw that one, that'll be the way to go. And, yeah, I think Mike White's been a disappointment this season. Has not been great, but I wouldn't say Mike White's a disappointment. I'd just say Texas softball's having an off year. Mike White's been doing a really good job as a softball coach. Maybe just a down year. It happens. It happens in all sports at times. You never like to see it, but it is something that happens. Hopefully Texas will rally in this game and get picked back up. But we're at top 5 Longhorns, last 10 years, the post-Mac Brown era. Give us your list of those guys, and then we'll keep reading those off throughout the show. We'll get to ours here in a little bit. But, Matt, how are you doing on a Friday afternoon? Getting ready for the weekend?
Man, it's been a big day for old Matt Galatzan here. I just got home at 3:55 p.m. because I was out buying a new car. So
All right.
yeah, it's the first car I've ever bought totally on my own, and it's I'm pretty happy about it. So here we are, and I made it just in the nick of time.
There you go. Did you go with like a 2005 Corolla, or did you upgrade it to like a really nice, brand new, state of the art, got all the bells and gizmos?
Yeah, I went brand new. I got a 2025 Toyota Land Cruiser. I got it's sort of a grayish blue color. They call it a landscape blue, I think. But it's a beautiful car, man. It's a beautiful car. Payment is it's going to be a little higher than my last car, but that's okay.
Yeah, I like having the no payment. That's my favorite type of car payment is no payment.
Yeah.
That's the best feeling. And then it's just like, come on, baby, hold on.
Yeah, no, I was almost to no payment on my 4Runner, but I saw this car and I had to go after it because I've been thinking about it for a while. So here we are, pop some bourbon to celebrate.
There you go. Don't pop some bourbon, then drive the car, though. That's against.
Well, no.
We're not approving of that. Bevo's Bodyguard, Bijan, Quinn, Banks, Worthy, and Sweat. Yeah, throw those in there for us. We'll get to some of those. There's about 10 names that are pretty common amongst the list. Maybe a few more than that, but there's a few variations between of who people are going for in there and what their values are and championships or Big 12 championships, playing for an SEC championship game, or is it are you looking at more longevity, stats? All those factors play into it, so we want to get into all that. I am looking forward to this weekend. I'm going out to Seguin to celebrate my buddy's 40th birthday for the weekend, so that'll be a really fun time, and it should be a good weekend watching sports all weekend and drinking and try not to be too much of a nuisance around people who are not as annoying as I am. So that's how my weekend will end up. It should be a fun one, though. Looking forward to it. I hope everyone else is going to have a good, fun weekend now that Texas is SEC champs in baseball. And we saw the great win last night, Max Ballou coming through in the 9th inning. And it was kind of, it was one of those games. It was funny. We had Ryan Chapman on yesterday, and he talked about Oklahoma, and he's like, well, if they don't mess around and have some errors and they field the ball cleanly, then we'll be good to go. And of course, Texas scores their first run on a rundown that's messed up. And like they just throughout the day, you kept seeing errors for Oklahoma. And he went, all right. He said, that's a good sign for us. So I'm going to go with it. Hopefully Texas can get a sweep, feel good going into the postseason. But definitely a fun game to see Max Ballou pull that one out. And yes, I agree, CB, the SEC Network Plus coverage, because they just get whoever's in town. They're not going to fly anybody in for those games. So it's whoever lives there is doing them. So they're fun when they're home games, but if they're anywhere else, they suck because they're not going to fly anybody in to do the games.
Yeah, SEC Network Plus is the bane of my existence because I'm subscribed to ESPN Plus and then I get all the ESPN viewing through that, but then I have to sign up extra for SEC Network Plus for some reason, even though it's the same company, and it pisses me off. So SEC Network Plus can eat one. But back to the game. It was a great game for Texas, obviously. Love seeing Max Ballou back out there. SEC champs now. So SEC champs, year one. Ryan talked about how that game might go yesterday. It went just about how he projected it would go. And now Texas is SEC champs in their first year. So you love to see it.
Yeah. No, it was a lot of fun to watch that game last night because I was watching that kind of rolling into basketball and then watching some basketball as well as we got into the NBA playoffs, and we got a game 7 coming up, Matt. Love it. I'm a big fan of game 7, but the Nuggets came out and we still saw some of the issues that had plagued the Nuggets. We still saw Jokic's legs were completely gone at the end of this game. They still played him too many minutes. They still did a lot of the things they shouldn't have done. Michael Porter Jr. still played 29 minutes, but he shot a little bit better, 4 for 9, 2 for 5 for 3. So it's okay that you could leave him out there a little bit more. But what really, really changed this game up was Christian Brown and Julian Strawther. Those guys went 6 for 10 from 3. They played a lot better basketball all around, both those guys. and you finally got help a little bit for Jokic so he doesn't have to do it all. He's still, 29 points, 14 rebounds, and 8 assists. Not a bad line, but he didn't have to do everything, and having those other players on the team really turned this series around for Denver, and maybe put a little scare into Oklahoma City as we go into a Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. But if you look at the way that this series has gone, they've traded back and forth in each game. So Nuggets take Game 1, Thunder Game 2, Nuggets Game 3, Thunder Game 4. Thunder got Game 5 too, but then Nuggets come back. So it could go either way. I'm still riding the train of don't count out Jokic until the fat lady sings. So I don't know how this one's necessarily going to go, but typically when Denver gets a win in this series, Thunder come back and answer. So, it could go either way. I like seeing Christian Braun and Julian Strother step up. 38 points for the two of them combined, which is great. Braun also had 11 rebounds and 5 assists, so that's good to see. And then Jamal Murray, 42 minutes, 25 points. He also had 8 rebounds, which for a guy his size is pretty good. And then he was also plus 28, so they were pretty much running the show when he was on the floor. And I think that was kind of the key to the game, is just that balance, and Jamal Murray stepping up in a big time moment, and Jokic being Jokic. So if they can do that again in Game 7, they'll be in good shape. But we'll see how OKC answers the bell.
Yeah, I mean, this was just kind of a bad game for a lot of their guys. Both Jalen Williams didn't really play very well in the game. You saw Jokic get where he wanted to go. They kind of stepped away from the three-point line. Denver did a little bit more, and it just, when it makes it a little bit more physical of a game, it feels like it's favoring Denver right now, that maybe this OKC team is not so used to it, because they did play a style that was a little bit more light. And I know I've heard a lot of arguments this week, and because after the Jason Tatum injury, they're like, oh, they need to start calling more fouls. They're letting them be too, violent in the playoffs, and it's causing these injuries. I'm like, you didn't tear your Achilles because you were playing too rough. That's not how that was. I don't think those are necessarily together. The problem is it is an 82 game schedule, and they probably shouldn't have that anymore. But as far as the bumping guys around, I don't think the not calling every single thing is such a problem for them. But you see them, they get inside. You see Aaron Gordon also played a little bit better in this game. I mean, he only had 5 points, but he just seemed a lot more active in this game than he's seen before. I know he came up a little limp at the end of the game, so you hope he's okay going in. They do have a rest until Sunday now, as they're kind of waiting, letting WNBA take the spotlight for a couple days. There will be a big game tonight we'll talk about in a second, but Saturday there's no game, so they're letting WNBA get a little bit more shine here in the first couple days. But we did get a – go ahead.
I was going to say that's huge for Denver to have that extra day off here. I mean, yes. they need the rest. Jokic needs the rest for his legs, so that's a big time thing for the Nuggets, and a reason to have some concern for OKC in Game 7.
Yeah, 100%. Because right now you're looking at this Oklahoma City team and saying, you guys have 7-8 guys who can be impact players for you, and you need 3 of them to show up. You didn't really have 3 of them show up in this game. Denver has 2 guys that are really impact players. If Aaron Gordon can go off in a Game 7, he hasn't really had that magic scoring-wise, but that's really what Denver's going to need to go in a Game 7 is they need playoff Aaron Gordon, the guy that showed up and hit those game winners. If he's there, then this is a Denver team that can make it back to the Western Conference Finals. Again, I just really – this Denver team, you kind of count them out. There was points last night where you thought, okay, Oklahoma City is going to come through. And even at the end of this game last night, you saw Oklahoma City really start the pressure, and there was nothing Denver could do. They were trying to then sub in Russell Westbrook because they're like, at least he can just go, and he's not going to sit around and wait. But Denver started trying to not lose the game, and it almost cost them the game because they had 3 turnovers in a row. All were going the other way for points. And it was just, again, you saw the lack of coaching up here for Denver, and it really feels like if you still had Mike Malone, this team might have already won the series. And it really feels like that is a blatant, obvious thing that they're having more fun playing right now, but they're also just backing themselves into corners because they're playing too many minutes, because that's what they want to do. Then at the end of the game, they did what they thought they were supposed to do instead of what you really need to be doing, which is trying to find sets, trying to get guys down, get the ball inside, get yourself in scoring positions, because they can play wide up on you if you're 7-8 feet behind the line, behind the 3-point line. Why would they not come up on you? What are you going to do? You can't shoot from there. You can't really draw a foul back there. So either that or you have to drive the paint, and you weren't ready to drive. So they get you in a really bad position. Get up, get into an offensive set, try and move the ball around. And when they get up in you can get a foul call that way, because that's what they started doing a little bit later. They got the ball into Jokic, and he could get the call because he's a superstar. But it really just felt like, again, we saw the pain of not having a head coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree. It's almost like the Nuggets were trying to sabotage themselves when they fired Mike Malone. But, I mean, here we are. I remember thinking with about, I don't know, 3-4 minutes left in the game, like, surely they're not going to blow this. Surely they're not going to blow this. And then it got close, but they were able to pull it out. Hopefully they're a little bit more organized at the end of the game in Game 7, because I'm a big Jokic fan, so I want to see him advance in this series.
Yeah, it's just fun. I mean, Shai's a really good player, and there's good players on that team. They're not as fun because they seem like a little bit more disciplined, well-run team. So they don't really, there's no antics. You're going to get, like, Jokic and Anthony Edwards is at least a really entertaining series, because both those guys can go score 15 points in 3 minutes and just light you up all of a sudden and start killing it. And so I think there's going to be a little bit more of that you'd see in that series than in OKC, which is we'll just play really good basketball, which is fun, but there's a little bit less fun in that. We also get to see tonight the Celtics and Knicks in a Game 6. This is a must-win game for the Celtics once again. They fought off elimination in Game 5, played a really good game. We saw Jaylen Brown play his best game of the playoffs. By the way, Texas is answering back to that one run scored already. That is 3 across the plate so far in the first inning for Texas in the softball game. So we shouldn't be, or maybe we keep talking trash about Mike White. I don't know, but Texas already answered. It's a lot of runs scoring early in this softball game. We'll say that. But seeing this, Celtics team play, it seemed like they were starting to figure some things out as the game went along, and then they fell back into 3-point shooting. Derek White, I can't imagine is going to have another game like he did. Jaylen Brown could, but I just don't see Derek White, going lights out again and shooting over above, 50% from 3. So where do you go if you're Boston and you've kind of already played your Derek White card? Kristaps Porzingis has been a non-factor. You need Jaylen Brown to be great no matter what. Who else do you go to say we have to fight off this Knicks team, who probably is not going to take us so lightly today when they're in Madison Square Garden?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to find that guy, honestly. It's a difficult one because without their star Jason Tatum in the game, you kind of got to figure out a way to replace that production, and it's really hard. I mean, you got to get a big game from Peyton Pritchard, obviously from shooting 3. Derek White, I agree with you. I can't see a way that he goes for 34 again. That seems like kind of he caught lightning in a bottle in that game, and it's going to be a little more difficult for him. Maybe he gets into the 20s and that's enough, but I don't see a 34-point game. And I have a really hard time seeing New York put up the same kind of performance they put up in the last game as well. I expect Jalen Brunson to play better. I don't expect him to get in as much foul trouble. I don't expect Karl-Anthony Towns to play, in foul trouble. Julius Randle has been lights out for pretty much this entire series. So, I expect New York to get this one. I think Boston made a valiant effort in the last game, but I think it's going to be a little bit too much without Jason Tatum in this one.
Yeah, it just feels like the walls are closing in on this Celtics team. And even though they've been good, this Knicks team just didn't play at its highest level. We saw them slow down Jalen Brunson. They slowed down Miles Bridges. Mikal Bridges. They slowed down OG Anunoby. You're like, at what point? And Karl-Anthony Towns gets in foul trouble. Like, are all those things going to happen once again in a Game 6 in Madison Square Garden? Or if one of those breaks, it feels like New York's in this game. And what we've seen all series long is if New York's in the game in the fourth quarter, New York's going to win. They're the better fourth quarter team right now. So it would appear that this Boston team is going to win. I did see somebody mentioning that if the Knicks could go ahead and get to the finals against the Timberwolves, it would be very funny to see the Julius Randle, Karl Anthony Towns series. Both the teams made a trade and then both got better from it. Very rarely see trades like that in one season. So it's an interesting pull that both those teams could be in their conference finals a year later, making big trades.
Yeah, man, I keep saying Julius Randle on the Knicks, and I keep messing that up because it's another guy that I'm talking about, and it's Karl Anthony Towns, and I keep getting that flipped around in my head every single time. I don't know what to do about it because I'm just not used to that being there. It's
no,
very,
I know
it's very weird.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird. I probably would have been worse all season long, but I've watched enough of it now that I've just stared at it long enough. And Julius Randle was just killer in the Minnesota series, so I'm more used to it now. But I get it because I do it with 20 other players.
Yeah, and I didn't start watching the NBA really until the playoffs because of the show. Like if we weren't talking about it on the show, I wouldn't be watching it because I'm still anti-NBA right now. So
just hating. But yeah, look, hey, you got you get the Dallas Wings #1 pick play starts tonight. You can be a WNBA fan and check out Paige.
Yeah, totally.
Beer's bodyguard. I agree with you. That New York versus Indiana rivalry will be fun. It is funny though. It's a rivalry with the least amount of players in any rivalry. Because there's two. There's one. There's one player in this rivalry. It's Reggie Miller. Like Reggie Miller is no, but like if you think about the Pacers Knicks rivalry, and you go all the great games and everything, I get we can go the Antonio Davis and Dale Davis and Rick Smits and Mark Davis. Like there's tons of players on both sides. We go Allen Houston, Latrell Sprewell, and Charles Oakley, and all those guys too, and Patrick Ewing. I get all that, but none of them ever felt like they were like part of this. They were like in the Bulls rivalry and other rivalries, but this rivalry really is Spike Lee and Reggie Miller. And it was huge because it was Spike Lee and Reggie Miller, but it's really just those two guys. And they played so many times. And it's funny because you're like, that's really the two guys you think of when you think of this rivalry. And only one of them is a player. It's not like when you think like Spurs and Mavs and you may throw in 7 or 8 players. Like, oh, Jason Terry had this really big game. Steve Kerr helped knock the Mavs out of the playoffs one year with the Spurs. Like there's weird different parts of it that I feel like it's just really the focus of it is Reggie Miller. And it's kind of just funny, but we'll see if Reggie Miller gets to announce any of those games or if they're going to try and keep him away from of doing any announcing in that series. No, you got to do the Western Conference. You're not allowed over here.
They got to let him at least do one game, man. They got to. And they got to do like a pregame interview with him and Spike Lee or something.
That the problem with that is then they get like the SEC Network Plus coverage of what we get last night watching Texas win the SEC, and then the coverage is like, and Texas wins the SEC. All right, okay. It's like, yeah, you're Oklahoma guys. You don't want to be happy about this. That's fine, but put a little gusto in it. Someone just won a conference championship tonight. I guess they didn't technically win it until Arkansas lost. They won a share of it, and then Arkansas won. When Arkansas lost, then they got the full thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're an announcer and you're on a nationwide network, I don't care if you're an Oklahoma like regional guy. If you're being broadcast on SEC Plus, you got to be objective, man. You got to show a little gusto for either side, no matter who wins. It was kind of sad. You got to give Texas their flowers there. I mean, winning the SEC in your first year is a big deal.
Yeah, and not winning in your first year is not a big deal, and that's why they were sad about it because they did not win in their first year. And then of course on Sunday we will close out the Nuggets and Thunder series. Is this? I mean, we just talked about it. Is this you're just going to stick with the don't pick against Jokic?
Yeah, it's like picking against Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs in the NFL. You just don't do it until he loses.
You know what? I'm with you. I think I'm with you because I don't dislike Oklahoma City. I don't dislike the Thunder. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be a fun team to watch. I don't know why.
And I feel like Minnesota and Denver already have a little bit of a rivalry anyways.
Yeah.
So it'll be more fun for that alone, and then you bring in the idea of Anthony Edwards talking smack to Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray and Jokic talking smack, and it'll be fun. I want to see Jokic. You remember when he got bumped by one of the Morris twins, and then he came back and just threw a shoulder into him. Like, I want to see that kind of stuff in this series. I don't want anybody to get hurt.
The dumbest rivalry ever. It's always funny to me when dirty players have something dirty happen back to them and they act aghast. Like, I can't believe that all I did was intentionally foul him every single time he got the ball and then took a cheap shot on him. And then he took a cheap shot on me. I don't believe it. Like, it's the craziest thing. And the Morris, both the brothers were like, it's the cheapest thing that's ever happened in sports. Like, dude, y'all have done 5 worse things this season.
Yeah,
you literally hit
Luka
him
all the time.
Yeah, and it's like you literally hit him and then turn your back to him so he couldn't hit you. It's such a punk move. It's such a punk move to do. And so you got the reaction for it. But I'm on Jokic's side on that one. Also, the Morris twins were gone when they one of them agreed to sign with the Spurs and then backed out of it after the Spurs had traded a player to make cap space. That was a real dirtbag move.
Yeah, they're not good people. They're not good people.
So yeah, weirdo twins. Sometimes twins are cool and sometimes they're weird, and these ones seem to be weird ones.
Yeah, and my girlfriend's a twin, and she's awesome. And those guys.
So I've got friends that are twins, and they're very cool. And then sometimes you'll meet the twins, and then they're like, "We share a bank account." You're like, that seems not right. But that was I mean, the stories of like they would take one of them got paid a bunch of money, so the other one took less money. It was like, I don't care, we share a bank account. It's like, so the money's going to both. It was like, what? That's not how this should work.
Bizarre. Yeah, that's pretty bizarre. Like you share a bank account when you're a kid with your parents, and then you share a bank account when you're married.
Yeah, basically.
And, yeah, that's about it.
I mean, you could have one with your twin in college. I think would be okay.
Like, well, yeah, but that's still a kid. That's like when you're an adult and you're making millions of dollars. Yeah, get your own bank account, buddy. Come on.
Maybe get your own bank account. Reminder: we're gonna throw this up. I want to talk about this in hour 2 of the show, but we're gonna ask about the top 5 favorite Longhorns of the last 10 years in Texas football. It's a tough list to make. There's about 10 guys that fall into it, but the post-Mac Brown era basically is 10 years. So we're asking that question on a Friday. We'll get into that as we keep rolling along here on a Friday show. We did do the Dallas Cowboys schedule game yesterday as the schedules were released, and but we did not get to the Texans. We didn't go into that. So I believe we got the Cowboys I had them at 9-7. You had them at 9-8. You had them at 10-7. Mm-hmm. So let's see where we get with this Texans team, because I want to see if we believe the Texans. I mean, they're in the AFC. There may be there's tougher teams in the AFC at the top, but maybe in their division they can get away with a couple more. So I want to go through this, and we'll see where Matt is in the schedule game for the Houston Texans. Starting off, let's go. First week, September 7th. It is a Sunday game, 3:25 at the Los Angeles Rams. This is a Los Angeles Rams team with Matt Stafford there. Devontae Adams added to the roster. They feel like they've still got a spot to go win that division, try and make a run, try and get back to the Super Bowl one more time with Matt Stafford to see if they can make that run, going up against a Houston Texans team in week 1. What do you got for this one?
I've got the Rams here. I have them as a Super Bowl contender, and then being at home. I know that the home field advantage in LA isn't exactly the most intimidating, because a lot of times the opposing team takes over that spot. But this is the healthiest the Rams are going to be all year. And if Matthew Stafford's firing on all cylinders and he's got a connection with Devontae Adams that he can take into next season after an offseason together, then I think they're going to be, really running up scores and scoring a lot of points. So I've got the Rams here. I do think it's going to be close, though. I think the Texans are going to put on a good showing, but I'm going to give the Rams the edge here.
I have the Rams winning this one as well. I just think it's going to be week one, kind of getting used to that offensive line, trying to figure each other out with kind of some new receivers as well, that maybe this Rams team just gets it done. I think it'll be a good game and a close game, but I'll give the edge to the Rams as the Texans maybe try and find themselves with some of the new pieces that they have. Week two, we end up a Monday night football game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on week two. What do you got here?
I've got a Texans win here. I'm not sure what to make of Tampa Bay just yet. I want to see how Chris Godwin comes back. Mike Evans is a little older. I still think he's a really good receiver. I can't remember where he had him on our rankings, but
he was top 10.
He was top 10. So, I mean, he's still a really good receiver. But I just think that this is one that the Texans are going to get. I don't know how the Bucs defense is going to handle the new receivers and Nico Collins and it'll depend on the offensive line, obviously, as most of these games will. But I'm going to give the Texans the win here in their home opener, I think.
Yeah, I have the win too. I think Tampa Bay's an okay team, but what they've done well is be able to beat some teams that are below them, play well in their division. And I think that's what their strengths are going to be again this year. So I don't necessarily think that this is the toughest game in the world. They just have holes in too many spots. They do have a really good passing game. Texas secondary should be pretty good, though. So if you're able to slow down that passing game, I just don't feel that their defense is going to be able to slow down the Texans the same way. Going to week three, Texans play their first divisional opponent in the Jacksonville Jaguars, take on that wide receiver duo of Brian Thomas and Travis that are coming in. It is going to be a really good Jacksonville team trying to be built this season. They've added a ton of pieces. They have a new coach. They really feel like this is something that they really want to get going, and they think they can win the division. What do you think about this Texans versus Jacksonville game? And it's at Jacksonville, by the way.
I think that those aspirations are great, but I just don't think that they're going to have it all put together. I think they're too young right now. So I've got the Texans winning here again, going to 2-1. I just think the Texans defense is going to be built to stop this team. You know, they're going to have a really solid defense. Travis Hunter and Trevor Lawrence are probably still going to be working on their connection a little bit. They're going to have an explosive running game too, but I think that, I think Houston's a more seasoned team here, and that's why I give them the win.
Yeah, I'm with you. I have a win for them as well in this one. I think that, these games are always really tight. Texans have been able to pull them out in the last couple of years. That may change soon, but I'm not going to give it to them in week three. Week four, they head off to play the Tennessee Titans. This is at home for the Texans, a noon game on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans in Cam Ward.
Yeah, I think the Texans are going to win this one pretty easy. I think Tennessee, they got their future quarterback. They got some other pieces this offseason, including the worst left tackle in football to a big contract. So I think they're going to be, bottom of the barrel in the AFC South. I think the Texans are going to sweep them this year. So I'll give the Texans the game one, obviously.
All right, now it gets a little bit tougher. Heading to at Baltimore. This team was really good last year. They locked down Derrick Henry for a couple more years. Lamar Jackson is Lamar Jackson, the hardest player that everyone says to scout and the hardest player to practice for is Lamar Jackson. It's why he's so good against NFC teams, is they basically are not prepared for him at all because they don't play him that often. And so his record against NFC teams is really, really good. So you just can't prepare for Lamar Jackson. They have been pretty much owned the Texans recently. What do you got in this one, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of go back to those other matchups, especially the last three, CJ Stroud's rookie year, they lose 25-9. And then last season, 34-10. And then the other one's 31-2. So it's tough. I mean, it's Lamar Jackson for my money is one of the top two quarterbacks in football. And he just brings so many different things. Like you said, Baltimore just really has their number right now. So I got a Texans loss here, moving to 3-2.
I'm with you on that one as well. You got a bye week in week 6, not the best place for a bye. You'd like that one to be a little bit later in the season. For a team like the Texans who's trying to get over that hump in the playoffs, you'd really like that one to be a little bit later. Week 6 bye is not really where you want it to be. But then you roll into a Monday night football game, your second Monday night football game of the year. Second and only 2 are going to be there against the Seattle Seahawks, the newly rebuilt Seahawks with Cooper Kupp and Sam Darnold. That is going to be really weird. Every time I say it, it doesn't feel like it's right to say Sam Darnold's going to be throwing Cooper Kupp the ball as a Seahawk. None of that feels right to me. But this is the team. They're trying to rebuild that defense first and kind of put some pieces around the offense to get it going. What do you think about this Week 7 matchup?
I've been waffling back and forth with this one because I do think Seattle is going to be better than they were last year. But I'm going to give the Texans the edge here. I just think that overall they're a better football team. I think Cooper Kupp has lost a step. I don't trust Sam Darnold to perform until I see him do it 2 seasons in a row. So that's kind of the edge that I give the Texans there, is I think their offense is going to be humming at this point. So
yeah, I got to win there too for the Texans. You're coming off a bye week. You feel rested to come out on Monday Night Football after a bye week. It feels like something that you're going to be able to get a win over the Seahawks team. Week 8, though, you go back Sunday. You're playing the 49ers. It's a home game for the Texans, but this is the 49ers team where lots of different expectations. I know you're not as high on them. Christian McCaffrey should be back, should be healthy. That makes a gigantic difference. No more Deebo Samuel, but we'll see where Ricky Pearsall ends up in that rotation. You're keeping George Kittle. You still have Brandon Ayuk. Brock Purdy has not signed that contract, but all signs are pointing that has it?
He signed as we were on the air, yeah.
Okay, so Brock Purdy is now there?
Yeah, he's I'll pull this up right now.
Pull it up.
He signed a 5-year 200 and where is that? 265 5 years, 265 million, 53 million per year, puts him on the same he's a top 10 quarterback in terms of money now. He's right there with Jared Goff, 0.1 million behind Tua Tagovailoa, and just above Justin Herbert at 52.5 million. So he's locked in for the long term now. One-time Mr. Irrelevant, now has a massive contract, so that's a pretty cool story. But the Texans are going to crush him in this game. I don't believe in this team without Deebo Samuel, with all the losses they had on defense. It's not going to be the same defense that we're used to seeing in San Francisco, and I don't believe in Christian McCaffrey staying healthy until I see it either. So I think the Texans are going to make a statement win here.
I'm going to say that this is a San Francisco win. I think that this is one that Kyle Shanahan's going to know DeMeco Ryans well enough. I do think this 49ers team will be better this year than they were last year. I don't think they're necessarily going to be back to being the top team in the NFC, but I think they will be better. And in a matchup of a head coach with a former defensive coordinator, a lot of pieces that are very similar to what they do in San Francisco, I'll give the edge to Kyle Shanahan in this one, and just believe he'll know a secret way to get a win in this one. But I think it'll be another close one as we go into Week 9 and a matchup with the Denver Broncos. This is a Broncos team now going into year 2 with Bo Nix, and a tough matchup as they're trying to load up and see if they can, if Sean Payton can make magic continue to happen there in Denver.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game. I have Denver winning here. I'm really high on Denver, as I've said multiple times on this show already. So I just think they're going to be a step ahead of Houston. And this all obviously rides on the fact that Bo Nix has a good sophomore season, doesn't have that notorious sophomore slump that we've seen so many times. But I think it's going to be close. But I give Denver the edge here, and Texans go to 5-3.
So I have the Texans going to 5-3 here as well, but I have them going to 5-3 with a win. I think that this is a Denver team that I think they'll still be a good team. I don't necessarily put them going a step further this year, though. I think they'll be roughly the same team they were a year ago. So I think, they've made some decent additions, but they've lost some players. The sophomore slump for Bo Nix feels like there will be a little bit of that as people start to figure him out more. They'll have to figure out some other pieces to go with. So I still think they'll be good, but I think they're going to be good like the Texans are good, right in that right in that well of like, okay, you're a playoff team, but are you a contender? And I don't know if they're a contender yet. So I'm going to go ahead and give that one to the Texans. So we end up back into it. We're back on step again at 5-3. Going into a Week 10 matchup against the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is the second time they meet up this season. This one is in RG Stadium.
Yeah, I've got the Texans winning again. I think they're going to sweep Jacksonville. I think this will probably be closer than the first game because it's harder to beat a team a second time. But I just think that the Texans are going to have too many weapons on offense for this Jacksonville defense, and I think their defense is going to be too much for this young offense again. So 6-3 in my book for the Texans.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say the Jags are going to lose to them twice this year. I think they'll be a little bit better. So I'm going to go ahead and say that the Jaguars split the series, that Texans and Jags split the series this year. I mean, it could go either way. Texans have been pretty dominant in this, but I mean, considering the fact that we're talking about, I don't know if I'm going to give the Texans running this division, and I think that this is the best opponent to stop them from running the division, like completely running it. And so if I say they're going to beat the Titans twice, and then we haven't got to the Colts yet, but they probably beat the Colts twice because I don't think they have a quarterback. So if I'm going to say that, then I'm going to say one team will beat them. I'm going to give the Jags a game because I'm not just going to give them a full sweep of the AFC South. That's why I'm going to go ahead and give it and say I think. And look, the Jags are going to be better this year. They just are. They shouldn't be as bad. They've had injury problems with Trevor Etienne as well. Not with Trevor, with Trevor Lawrence as well. So hopefully that'll pull them back up and make them a little bit more formidable if he's able to stay on the field, or if he gets off, they actually give him time to rest and they don't Doug Peterson it and keep putting him in trying to keep a job. Week 11 Sunday game, noon game against the Tennessee Titans. And again, we said, I don't think the Titans beat him this year. What do you think?
Yeah, this is a win for Houston. I don't have much more to add to that. I think the Titans are going to struggle again and have a high NFL draft pick. So Texans on this one all day.
All right, now we get into week 12. This one is a Thursday night game, so a little bit screwier. Anything can happen, but you're going up against a Buffalo Bills team, a Bills team that feels really like they have been set on that mission. They're just right there. Oh, right there. It's almost there. We're almost going to be it. And then Patrick Mahomes shows up. But if there's no Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen may be like a 2-time Super Bowl champion already. But unfortunately, Patrick Mahomes exists. And that is really costing this Buffalo Bills team. But they feel like they're handling their business. They are staying at a good level. Of course, this is a health game too. But I have the Buffalo Bills winning this game. What do you think?
Yeah, I do as well. I think Buffalo is my pick to win the Super Bowl next year. And I think that they're the best team in football. So outside of, it's going to be them and Philly there at the end, in my opinion. But I've got Buffalo here. I think, after years and years and years of being right there on the doorstep in multiple decades, they finally break through to a Super Bowl, and they finally win, and they finally have a chance to win one and not run up against a Cowboys team who's just going to absolutely slaughter them. They'll have a fighting chance to beat Philly. So I think they're going to win this one.
All right. Then we go to now our final division opponent. We've already played the Titans twice. We've already played the Jags twice. Now we play the Colts. First matchup there is at Indianapolis on a Sunday afternoon after Thanksgiving. What do you think about this Colts matchup? Will it be Daniel Jones? Will it be Anthony Richardson? Will they bring in Aaron Rodgers? Will Kirk Cousins end up there? Will they sign 17 other quarterbacks? Will they trade for quarterback? What are they going to do at this quarterback position? Who knows what could happen at the quarterback position for the Colts, but I don't imagine it's going to be a stellar performance there. So what do you got for the Colts here? Oh, did we lose Matt? Uh-oh. I think we may have lost Matt there. The Colts game is going to be coming up here on – oh, yep, there he goes. We'll see if he's able to reboot. I'm sure he's texting me right now as well. We'll keep rolling along on the schedule game and then get He just lost a stream. I know. This is always a fun part about it. I don't think we lost a stream. I think I'm still on. If you guys are in the chat, let me know if we're still on the air or not. As we keep rolling along. I'm going to keep rolling along. We'll keep saying it because it says I'm still in here. I haven't seen if anybody's getting me or not. We'll keep seeing. We keep going here. The Colts game is going to be a win for me. I think that this is a game that the Texans can easily pull out. There you go. Thank you, Soul Scream. Let me know that I'm still up here while I ramble on. The Colts game against the Texans. This is a matchup against the Colts. The Texans just match up well against them. The secondary improving. So even though they do have some good young wide receivers out there, and Michael Pittman Jr., Adonai Mitchell out there now too, if he can figure out what he's doing, and depending what he does with Daniel Jones is going to be really interesting. We know he never matched up well with Anthony Richardson. They just never had a good connection. But if we can get okay, thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. If they can get the pressure onto either one of those quarterbacks, it feels like a win there. Then we go on to week 14 and a matchup with the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Keep trying to tell Matt to see if he can get back on. See, lost internet. All right, he's trying to get back on as we keep rolling on to a Kansas City Chiefs game, December 7th, Sunday Night Football. It is at Kansas City as well. This spells doom and gloom. The Kansas City Chiefs just close out games. And the Texans have won games in spite of not necessarily playing the best football in the world. There were several games last year that they pulled out a win, even though they didn't finish particularly strong. And you go up against a Chiefs team that finishes strong a lot. That's kind of their calling card. We know that the Chiefs are going to be a little bit more improved with Rashee Rice coming back this year, adding with an Xavier Worthy that if he can build on what he did in the Super Bowl last year is going to continue to grow as a player. Then you throw in Hollywood Brown, who was missed out most of last year. Now he's going to get a full camp with Patrick Mahomes. It just feels like that wide receiver core is going to be so much better with Andy Reid calling the plays. Then you got in Travis Kelce, who, couldn't really carry the team as much as he, wanted to and has done in years past. So at this point, this feels like it's pretty much a done deal that the Texans are not in that realm yet. I want them to get there. Believe me, I want the Texans to get to that level. It just never feels, I don't even know what they need to do. Really, first and foremost is fix that offensive line. And then maybe you can climb yourself back up into that realm, or you've never been there, but climb yourself into that realm of the top team. CJ Stroud is also going to have to bounce back after a sophomore struggle year where he looked like he was going to be building into something really special, and it's kind of fallen apart a little bit. So he's going to have to rebuild back up and get into something more special. But it just really feels like this is a Kansas City team that this may be the last run for it with Travis Kelce, depending on what Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy do. Maybe they can keep it going for more years, but, they've just got so many pieces that are falling off. They can keep paying Chris Jones. They have to keep losing players every single year, but I'll still give this one to Kansas City. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to try and see if we can get Matt back on. I'm going to take a quick break as we roll on here. We're going to take a little break. We'll play a couple ads from our sponsors, and then we'll come back as see if Matt can join us back, if he can get his internet back on and join us back here as we continue on a Friday episode of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan, currently having internet problems. Yeah, we'll see if we get him back on here in just a minute.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, Just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our new
Welcome back into Open Gym. As we continue to try and get Matt on, he has an outage in his area. Always fun to have happen while we're in the middle of a show. Don't these people know that we're trying to make radio magic over here? Appreciate you guys hanging with us while we try and work through the technical difficulties. We'll finish up this scheduled game here in a minute. But enjoying hanging out with you guys on a Friday afternoon. We still have to get into a couple other pieces. I don't think we'll get into Matt's bourbon banter if we cannot get him back on. We still have to get into the best coaches in college football who won the SEC offseason. We'll talk a little bit more about Texas baseball as well. And we want to keep asking you guys the question, top 5 Longhorns in the last 10 years in football, your top 5 Longhorns in the post-Mac Brown era. Who are the guys that you really look at and think those are the guys? It's difficult because I think there's always a couple that you put in, and then as you start to go down the list, it gets a little bit tougher to pull, and then that 5th guy, when you're leaving off some others that you really want to put in there, becomes tougher and tougher. But I'd love to hear what you guys think. Throw yours into the chat. We'll get into that in just a minute too, as we continue on here on a There we go. If we see Matt, he's trying to set up a phone, trying to hang out with us any way he can. I'll let him get it. There we go. There we go.
Yeah,
There's
sorry
Matt.
about that, everyone.
It's all right. We'll figure out the way to make it work, Matt. I appreciate you trying to get through even when internet providers are trying to screw us.
Yeah, I just dropped off, and then I got a notice from Xfinity, my internet provider, that there's a service outage in our area. So it's like, okay, great. Thanks for perfect timing, Xfinity. I really appreciate it.
All right. Well, we were leaving you off. We left off in week 13. I think we can say that the Colts is going to be a victory for the Texans, right?
Yeah, I've got a win for I think they sweep Indiana this year, so for sure. Definitely a win. So they moved to I have them at 8-4 at this point.
Yes, I believe I have them at one less. I have it 7-5 right now in mine. Then we get to week 14. I was talking about this Kansas City team, where they're going to end up. What do you think about week 14 against Kansas City? A really good matchup there for fans in week 14.
I've learned my lesson over the last few years, and I'm never going to pick against Patrick Mahomes. So I got Kansas City here. I think that the Texans are going to give him a fighting chance, or a fighting. They're just going to give him a fight. But I think it's not safe betting to bet against Patrick Mahomes in any scenario. So I'm going to go with Kansas City there.
No, it's not. As we roll into the last 4 weeks of the season, this is where things get a little bit more exciting for the Texans, because I think the Texans can go on a little bit of run here in the last 4 weeks. And that will put you at week 15 against the Arizona Cardinals on a Sunday afternoon. It's in Houston against the Cardinals. It's a winnable game. Kyler Murray's all right, but this is a winnable game, right?
Yeah, I've got Houston here. I don't believe in this Arizona team, and I don't believe in Kyler Murray. So I think this is going to be an easy win for the Texans. It's nothing to do with Kyler Murray being an Aggie and a Sooner all at the same time either. It's more of just I don't think that roster is put together well enough to compete in the NFL right now. So, like at least for a playoff position. So I've got Houston winning here pretty easy.
All right, week 16, still at home, still playing a team that is beatable. Las Vegas Raiders, Ashton Janty, Geno Smith. It's about as much I can name on that offense. Brock Bowers, no shade to Brock Bowers. You don't want to give him any shade. He's really, really good. So where do you fit on this? I mean, they're going to try and build the defense in Las Vegas. That's where they're going to try and start. There was considerations if maybe they could get a quarterback, maybe they would go that route. They decided to punt on that and get Geno Smith, that's not punting completely, but it's not getting a rookie that you believe can be the next Jaden Daniels or CJ Stroud or a guy who lights it up his rookie season. What do you think about this matchup?
I've got the Texans here. I think that the Raiders are probably going to lean pretty heavily on Ashton Janty in this game, just based off what Derrick Henry used to do to the Texans and their difficulty stopping the run in the past. But I think Houston's going to get it done here. I just don't think the Raiders have enough horses here to really compete with the Texans at this point. Brock Bowers is going to be an issue, but I believe Houston gets a win here.
All right, week 17. This one is at LA. This is playing the Chargers. This is a flex game. These last couple games could be flexed out if they need to be. So we don't know if they're a Sunday or a Thursday or a Monday yet because they're in that to be determined range of the last couple of weeks. But this is a Chargers team. Jim Harbaugh in his second year trying to go and have a big matchup and bring in Amarian Hampton at the running back position, Najee Harris at the running back position, Justin Herbert another year in there. What do you think about this Chargers team against the Texans?
I've got the Chargers here. I think they're going to be too explosive on offense. I picked the Cowboys to beat the Chargers yesterday. I don't think that the Chargers are going to lose both of those games. So I've got the Chargers here. I just think Justin Herbert's going to be too much, and those weapons on the outside are going to be too much. So I've got the Texans at 10-6 after this one.
All right, and then finally, week 18, you play the Colts for the last time. It is Texans-Colts. It is at NRG Stadium in Houston, closing out the season. Can they go in yours a complete sweep of the AFC South?
That's what I have them doing, and there's a caveat here though. If the Texans have already locked up the division at this point, and
the seeding doesn't matter.
The seeding doesn't matter. Then I can see them doing that last week of the season thing where they rest a bunch of people, but we can't account for that necessarily. So I'm going to throw that out the window, and I'm going to say the Texans win here.
There you go. So yeah, we come back on track here. That Chargers, there's only a couple we disagreed on. We disagreed on the 49ers. We disagreed on the Broncos. We disagreed on the Chargers, and we disagreed somewhere else in here. Jacksonville. Yes, we disagreed. Yes, we disagreed on 4 different picks. Jacksonville, 49. So basically week 8 through 10, we had disagreements on, and then also there at the Chargers. But it does we both end up with 10-6 for the Texans. Does that feel about, or 10-7 for you? Where is that? Does that feel about right for you?
I have them at 11.
Sorry, 11-6. Sorry, 11-6.
11-6. Yeah, I have them at 11-6. I think that there's a game in there that you could flip flop and make an easy argument for 10-6. So I could see it going either way. But I'm pretty bullish on the Texans this year. I think that they're going to do good things.
Yeah, I'm with you. 11-7 is where I have, or 11-6 is where I have them as well. So I think we're on the same page that the Cowboys are a 9-10 win team, and we're looking at this Chargers team being, or this Texans team being 10-11 win team, should be winning their division again and making the playoffs. As we keep going on, Matt, are you ready to give a Matt's Bourbon Banter as we've already had our break?
I am. Let me get my bottle.
All right, let's see if he can get his bottle and get into it. Well,
yeah. So Yeah, I would have had this ready to go a couple minutes ago had I not been scrambling to kind of get my internet back up and running. And Xfinity, thank you for that. I really appreciate you. I'm going to leave you a scathing review on Google. But but this week I decided to go with Penelope Toasted. It's just a fantastic bottle. It's one of my favorites for sure. As you can tell by the name, Toasted. I've given hints over the last few weeks that I really enjoy the toasted tastes in bourbon. But Penelope was founded in 2018 by Michael Palladini and his business partner, Daniel Police. And Penelope has been, just one of the best names in bourbon ever since. They're located up in New Jersey, which is not, not a typical spot for bourbon. You usually think South and very typically Kentucky, but they do a great job up there. This one, it MSRPs for about $50. The one that I have is 100 proof, but you can find it anywhere from 100 to, I think I've seen as high as 114, and I've heard of even higher, but for this particular vintage. But it's aged for 4 to 6 years. It's got a real beautiful dark amber color to it. It's like I said, it's up in New Jersey. They source a lot of their stuff from Indiana though. And then like the nose is just absolutely divine to me. I love the smell of it. You get a little caramel and vanilla in there, and some of that oak that I really love the smell of. And then the palate is very similar, kind of a sweet oaky taste to it. It's also got a little bit of chocolate and peanut brittle in there, which is quite delicious. And there's some other things in there that I've seen other people have notes on, like and these are the kinds of notes that I don't really put too much stock into, but I'm gonna read them to you anyway. Chocolate covered nougat, brown sugar coated almond. Like, you don't taste that, man, but it's fine. You get the hints of those in there, which is still good. And then the finish is long and delicious. It's got some chocolate in there as well, and a little bit of that oak in there, but overall, this is one of my favorite bottles. It's easily findable. There's some special barrel picks to it that are a little bit harder to find, but the standard Penelope Toasted is one of the best out there that you can get for a reasonable price. So on my score, I give it a solid 8.0 out of 10. Just a terrific bourbon. Another one that I'm always going to keep on my shelf. And I promise at some point there's going to be some bourbons on here that I won't always keep on my shelf. And I've said that about every single one so far, but this is another one of those that I think is really a must-have if you're a bourbon guy. So I would highly recommend going out and get yourself a bottle of Penelope Toasted for this weekend and enjoying a little New Jersey bourbon. You're muted, Patrick.
No, muted. There we go. New Jersey bourbon. What's the old was it Pace Picante sauce? Where's your sauce is from New York City? Is that New Jersey.
Yeah, no, this is a little bit better than Pace Picante sauce. Even though, look, I enjoy some Pace in my day. Don't get me wrong. I love some Pace.
We enjoy bourbon just a little bit more. Thank you there, Matt, for Matt's bourbon banter every week, talking a little bit about giving us some education for what we can enjoy over the weekend. Enjoy watching some PGA Championship, which, Matt, I know you're a golf guy. This PGA Championship, I think we were looking for a couple things, and they did not happen. So now we have to look a different way. I think we were all looking for Jordan Spieth, and after you get the Rory McIlroy, you were like, "Wow, can we make history twice and get Rory McIlroy to show?" And if Roy gets a Grand Slam, is Jordan Spieth only a PGA away from the Grand Slam himself? Maybe, and it does not look great right now. Rory McIlroy, we were hoping that he continues on a great run. Doesn't look great right now. For both of those, last I saw, both of them are going to miss the cut. So this could be a difficult one. So what are we really watching here for the PGA Championship now? What are some selling points for us, Matt, for the PGA Championship?
Well, if you could pull it up for me since I'm on my phone here and give me the leaderboard real quick. I haven't had a chance to look at it today since I don't have internet now, especially. I can't pull it up. But if you give me the leaderboard real quick, I can tell you what to look for.
Vegas is still your leader at 8 under. He is, I believe we're done for the day, I think. Yeah, I think we're done for the day. Vegas is still your leader at 8 under. He went 1 under today. Pavon is second at 6 under, tied with Matt Fitzpatrick. Max Homa there, and Siwoo Kim at 5 under. Ryan Fox, Christian, that's a long name with a lot of letters in it. We're not even going to pretend that one. Thorbertson is also there. Scotty Scheffler coming in there at 4 under. JT Poston also 4 under. Rio Hatsume is at 4 under. They're still playing though, and Alex Smalley, I believe they're also playing. Scheffler may still be out on the course. Yeah, he's still out on hole 14. So Scheffler could go up on this board a little bit more. But there's your top of your leaderboard. I can look for anybody else for you if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing to watch here probably is Scotty Scheffler. You know, he's the most seasoned guy in this group and the most prepared for the pressures of a major championship. He's got a little ground to make up, obviously, but he is the type of game where he can excel on any course, no matter the conditions or the landscape of the course, the whole locations, anything like that. So I would still look for Scotty to have a strong finish here. I love the statement that he made at the beginning of this tournament, wearing the orange exactly a year out from getting arrested in that jumpsuit. They're exactly a year apart. So I love that. But, you know, none of the other guys on this board, maybe a Max Homa could make some noise. I would expect for one of these guys to fall off. This is typically what happens in a major championship, at least in my opinion, is that there's always a guy that seems to jump out there early on that people aren't expecting. Right now it's Vegas and a couple of these other guys in there having a good tournament as well. But it's really in major championships, typically it's the stars that come through in the pressure moments and at the end. So, you know, Max Homa would be a good one to look out for. Scotty Scheffler is a good one to look out for. I really like Siwoo Kim's game as well, so he could be a guy up there. But I'm gonna put my chips on Scotty Scheffler to at least make a push here on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I think Scotty Scheffler, we talk about the Grand Slams, that's kind of a little bit of where you look, where he's got 2 Masters wins, but he hasn't won anything else. So he's got to get working on there, because you kind of think like Scotty Scheffler, I would assume he won 2 Masters or 2 majors already, just because of how dominant he's been over the last 2-3 seasons, right? Mm-hmm. You feel like, okay, this guy's been killing it. He's probably won a couple, and he has. They've just both been Masters. So you think maybe he, you know, if this one you pull out a big win here, you were right in it with the Masters as well. So now you get in and you get a win in the PGA. Now that becomes more of a reality where maybe you get a little bit closer to that Grand Slam on your record as well. So that's an interesting one. You also see at 2 under, you get a former champion in Keegan Bradley. He's also still in there at 2 under. Jordan Spieth and Rory McIlroy are both at 2 over right now. I believe the projected cut is at 2 over. So that is where Xander Schauffele, another champion, Harrington, another champion, they're all below the cut right now. Justin Thomas is at +3. So a lot of these guys that you'd really like to see in this are right below. Maybe Roy moved back up into this. Oh, Roy did move back up. He's back up to even now, still playing in round 1. So Rory is back in it where he's not past the cut anymore. Jordan Spieth, though, it has finished his round today. He shot a 68 today, which is not bad. He shot a 68 today, 3 under. Unfortunately, he's still 2 over where the projected cut is. So that day 176 for Jordan Spieth really did not do him well in trying to close out his career Grand Slam. Do you think Jordan Spieth's ever going to get back to that point in his career, or is maybe that window not open anymore? But I mean, I guess we thought that about Rory too.
No, I think the window's still there for Jordan Spieth. He just has a few things to figure out. I mean, he's had a lot of things happen over the last few years that have kind of changed his priorities in life. I mean, he's got a kid now. He's married. So, I mean, and he's had some issues with his swing a little bit and with his putting a little bit. So, I think he can get back. He's just gonna have to put the work in. He's got his caddy that he's been with for forever. And I think that they'll get it figured out. I do. It's just going to take a little bit of time. You know, all of these stars have points in their career where they go up and down. But I think that Jordan is one of those guys that if he just puts his nose to the grindstone his game is there. If when he's playing well, he can be one of the best. So I still think he can do it.
All right, Matt, let's go look at our – actually, you know what? Do you want to do the top 10? What do you got for me?
Well, my internet's back up, so do you mind if I pop out and switch over?
Pop back on the other way, Matt, as we continue on. See if you can get back on. We'll remove you from there and let you try and get back on as Matt will get back on. All the fun of a Friday show, keeping us rolling. I do want to get back into – I don't want to do too much of this without him, but I do want to get back into that discussion since I said we would. I do want to get back into the discussion about – there he is. There's Matt.
Baby.
Let's all right. The internet provider didn't kill us too much. It was like 20 minutes. 20 minutes it was down. Not bad.
That's not bad. Usually, I've had outages where it's been like a couple days, and I'm having to text my bosses over at SI like, "Look, I'm doing my best over here, but we're working from a Starbucks."
Let's talk about the top 10 Longhorns of the last 10 years because I want to get to that before we run out of time. And if we hit other things, we may run out of time. So let's get into this. Top 10 Longhorn football players the last 10 years. If you guys got some names you want to throw out there, we did see a couple names, if I can pull them up on this. We did get Bebo's bodyguard said Bijan, Quinn, Banks, Worthy, and Sweat. And he said Sweat and Murphy's a toss-up. My man CB said Quinn, Sam, Bijan, Banks, and Jade. All of those names are on there. If we can get another, if you guys have your top 5 Texas Longhorns the last 10 years, it's pretty difficult to put them all together. There is about 10 names that you probably can go out of. I mean, maybe 8 is really a better push. I mean, it depends on how much you really like the Tom Herman era or the Charlie Strong era. It feels like those eras are getting kind of forgotten about because, you know, they just didn't have the wins. So it's going to knock you down a little bit more. So I can give you my list first, and we'll see if how much we're the same. When I name off, just go, is this someone on your list too? We'll start with Bijan Robinson. This feels like the biggest no-brainer, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Bijan has to be on your list somewhere, right? Because Bijan, just like what he meant to the school, he played a good long career. He played his entire career. He wasn't ever really benched. We know Tom Herman may have kept his job if he would have played him more, which, I mean, thank God it didn't happen. But
thanks for that, Tom.
Thanks for that. But Bijan Robinson, what he meant to school, what like the type of person he is. We saw him at a Texas baseball game too. Just a very likable guy and such a good football player. For Texas, Bijan has to be on that list.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, post Mac Brown era, he's probably the most electric player that Texas football has seen by quite a wide margin. So he's number 1 on my list. That one was pretty easy for me. It's the other 4 spots that are a little bit more difficult because I have 10 guys on my list. I could have made 11, but I have 10 on my list.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying is it gets difficult with 5. I only have 5 on my list, but it's easy enough to go to 10 or 12 or any of those levels because once you start going into it, you're like, oh, what about? So let's talk quarterbacks now because there's 2 quarterbacks, and I want to know if one of them is on your list. One of them is on my list, and I really wanted to put the second one on there, but he just missed out.
Go ahead.
Because the reason is one of them I think did more for being there than what he actually did on the field. And it's hard for me to say that, but I'll just tell you, Sam Ehlinger on my list for carrying a team for several years. I put Sam on there because I'm like, look, without Sam Ehlinger, it's so much worse. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to put Sam on there because of how much he meant to those teams. Like he was the team and I don't want to take away because Bijan's there, some of that too. But you want to say Sam was so important to this team. We know how great Sam was. So I'm going to put Sam on my list, which means I'm leaving Quinn off of my list, which I don't want to do because of how much he meant to the program. And if it was like most influential players and like they meant the most being there, I would put Quinn on that list. But I'm not. I don't know why. I just couldn't put him on there, put Sam on there, and then I made room for other people. And I feel bad about it. But I put Sam on my list and not Quinn.
I think that's fair. If you're only going to put one quarterback on there, you got to go with the guy that you felt was the right choice. I have 2 quarterbacks on my list, so I have Sam on there as well. I think he's absolutely one of the best Longhorns we've seen over the last decade. There's so many occasions where he just absolutely put this team on his back. And even in losses, he was still killing it and putting his body on the line and making plays. Got Texas to a Big 12 championship. It was huge. But
I mean, won the Sugar Bowl.
Won the Sugar Bowl. I have him third on my list. So I don't have him down there too far, but I have Quinn on my list at number 2 above Sam, because I think Quinn is the third best quarterback in Texas football history. I think he accomplished much more than Sam did on the field in terms of accolades, wins, yards. Sam has some statistical edges on him, but in terms of like wins and championship, conference championships, and the effect that he had on the program with recruiting. Like Sark talked about it. You bring this guy in, the next 5 guys don't show up. And if those 5 guys don't show up, the next 10 guys might not show up. So he was, he's a polarizing player in the sense that a lot of people who don't like Quinn Ewers and thought that he should have been benched are just idiots. No offense to the people that are listening to this show, but those people are idiots. Like he is one of the best quarterbacks in the history of this football program. He deserves his flowers. He's a top 5 Longhorn in the last 10 years. He's probably a top 5 Longhorn in the last 25 years. Like I can make an argument that he should be on the list with Vince Young and Colt McCoy. Like I could do it. I wouldn't put him there, but I could make the argument for it.
And the reality is, if I want to say the most influential Longhorns of the last 5 years, he's 1,000% on it. He's the number 1 guy. Like his importance to the program was so majorly there. And I think I just left him off. I went just straight talent-wise, I'm going to knock him down because I think some of these other guys are so elite at their position that he was a really, really good quarterback. And I think the other guys were just elite. And so it's that really, really good versus elite. So, but importance to the program, yes. Importance to the program, he's right there with Colt and Vince because, who's getting you to those places other than Quinn? And especially, when Sark said, he's like, if Quinn doesn't come when I get here, I may not even be the coach anymore. Everything may have gone haywire because when I'm trying to build this and I don't have that piece ready to go, then I think it does start to fall apart a little bit more. And you don't have all these other players. We'll talk about other guys in this list who may not be there if Quinn Ewers doesn't come in. And, the Arch Manning effect is real, but there was a Quinn Ewers effect as well, that he was the recruit that people wanted to play with, and especially in Texas. I think in Ohio State, it may not have been the same way, but at Texas, it definitely was because Texas players sure as hell wanted to play with Quinn Ewers because they'd seen him in high school. And they saw how good he was. So I'm with you. And I think it was just kind of making the list. But this is why it's hard. This is why it's difficult.
No, absolutely.
It's trying to put those pieces down there. And I'm with you, Joe. He says, I don't think Texas is where we are. I'm 100% we're not where we're at without Quinn Ewers. That's not even a question. We're not where we're at without Quinn Ewers.
So if you're only allowed to pick one, it sounds like for your list, you picked one quarterback because that was kind of your principle there, and that's fine. You can make an argument for either guy, and neither one is the wrong answer. They were both tremendously important to the program and did tremendous things for the program. And I just give Quinn the edge because he's got the skins on the wall with the conference championship and the other things that he's done. But at the end of the day, you're kind of splitting hairs there. I mean. The argument you can make for Quinn, you could just as easily the other way for Sam. Like he's arguably the most beloved Longhorn in the last 20 years, or since Colt McCoy, he's probably right there as one of the most beloved Longhorns of all time. So I can't hate you for that pick, honestly.
All right,
that's why they're both on my list. That's why
there
they're
you
both
go.
there.
All right, let's talk about someone else that is tied to Quinn Ewers, and maybe this is the one that was one or the other in this. Xavier Worthy. I put Xavier Worthy on my list, and I think that was kind of in the cross between him and Quinn Ewers too, of somebody that was, when you look at the receiving stats for Texas through his career, and you go, there was years that there was nobody else to throw the ball to, and there wasn't really other good options out there, and Xavier was trying to do his best, and I know he dealt with some injuries and the whole broken hand thing that we didn't know about until after the season. All of that was kind of shady. And maybe there were games that he wasn't 100% in, but I still think Xavier Worthy, when you take him at his best and you say for 3 years he played his butt off for Texas, and at his best he was as good as anybody else in the country.
Yeah, I mean, so I've kind of my principle here was I couldn't have too many offensive players.
Okay.
So I don't have any more offensive players on my top 5,
Okay.
but I have Worthy in my honorable mention because my honorable mention's five players long as well. But I had to go defense after that. You could absolutely say that Worthy deserves to be on this list, and I agree with it. This was so hard for me to narrow it down to 5 guys. So I put him in my honorable mention, but my next guy is Jahdae Barron.
Okay, Jahdae Barron's on my list too.
Yeah, he was as important as Quinn was to the offense in terms of leadership and production and all those things. Jahdae Barron was the heart and soul of that defense over the last couple of years. He made so many plays for this football team, especially in 2024. He was just the ultimate leader, ultimate example for these kids to follow. He's such a great guy too. Thorpe Award, unanimous All-American, all these different things. Like he's probably the best defensive back to come through here in quite a while. So that's why I have him on here. But
yeah, and I also weighed longevity more than I think some people did. And Jahdae Barron was the dude in the secondary. Now the secondary was not great, but he is a huge piece of that secondary's growth to get to where he's the Thorpe Award, and he's, last season, that defense and what they were able to do. Jahdae Barron is a gigantic part about that growth. But, we'll get to some other names on here that I may have left off because I don't think they had the longevity of effect that I think a Jahdae Barron did on this team defensively, where he makes my list because of the longevity on the defensive end.
Yeah, and also it's important to note that none of the guys on these lists are still playing right now. They've all moved on from Texas. So I'll caveat my Jahdae Barron pick by saying that when Michael Taft leaves, he's probably going to take Jahdae Barron's spot on my list. Unfortunately,
he could. I mean, he's got to. I think he might. Manny Muhammad, we'll see where he ends up on this list as well. Like, there's other guys in the secondary now that could jump into that. But it's funny because now it's like you're entering in an era where you can't really do this list in a couple more years, because then it's like, well, there's Sam Ehlinger and Bijan, and then forget the rest of those 2 other coaches. And it's just going to be, because there's going to be so many first round picks and top draft picks and guys that are just so, and you're just winning at a much higher level, that even though there's really good players from that time, they're just kind of going to get forgotten. Like, you don't talk about a Roschon Johnson, of how great Roschon was and what he meant to this team and all the things Roschon Johnson did. He's not going to crack this list because the victories just weren't there. But Roschon Johnson is wildly important to this Texas team for a lot of years.
Yeah, and Bijan was ahead of him on the depth chart. So
yeah,
it's kind of hard to put the number 2 running back on there when you got the number 1 running back from the same team. So I totally agree with you there.
Yeah, and you're like Jay Witt, one of those guys. He just doesn't have the stats, but what he did around it, super, super important. But you just, some of those guys are not going to necessarily fall into it as you keep going down this list. But I'm with you on Jahdae Barron. I do have one more offensive player on my list. I only have one defensive player, I know. Just hating on there. I went with Kelvin Banks. Again, longevity means something to me.
Yeah.
And Kelvin Banks, for him to be that rock at left tackle for Sark's era to begin, and how many wins he just did his job at left tackle and just did his job. I had to put him on my list because, he's one of those guys, offensive linemen don't necessarily get the credit, but at the same part, you're like, well, you take that off, and all of a sudden 3 more sacks, if you say we average another 2 sacks a game, because now we're kind of shuffling, and now you got to shuffle offensive linemen around, and you're trying to figure out that right piece, and you just don't have this rock, this dude at left tackle for the last 3 seasons. That's where I think I put him on my list, because I'm just like, the importance of him, how good he is too. I'll still say there's not a better left tackle that played in the NFL, no one was better than him. Maybe he was good, but no one was better than him for the last 3 seasons. So he's going to get there because elite talent out there. And Mel Kiper and whoever else doesn't like him could shut up.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I don't have him on my list is because it was another offensive player, and I tried to put a couple defensive guys in there. But he's like my 5B behind Jahdae Barron. Yeah. He's right there for me. But I went with Trevondre Sweat.
Okay,
for my other one. just because a lot of the same things, like the longevity was there. He was dominant for 2 years in a row. He was a guy that was so well liked and such a big part of what they did defensively. And he took such major strides from the time he got to campus. By the time he left, he really set that defensive line unit up as, one of the best defensive line rooms in the country for a long time to come. I think like he kind of set the standard for the way defensive tackles should be played at Texas. And you can make the argument that Byron Murphy did the exact same thing. And we're kind of splitting hairs there, but I'm giving it to Trevondre Sweat because he won those awards at the end of his final season. So overall, my 5 are Bijan, Quinn, Sam, Ellinger, Sweat, and Jade.
No, I'm with you. I think that's a solid list. Again, Joe says Sam, Quinn, Ewers, Bijan, then I get stuck. That's what I'm saying. Is it gets really hard because it's like, we talked about, we did the wide receivers. We'll do more lists like that as this offseason continues. But there's like tiers. There's really tiers of players. And you just go, the importance of some of these guys. And so that's kind of, Quinn got left off the list, even though he may be in a different tier. But I just put one quarterback on mine. But there's no wrong answer, by the way, because there's no right answer. I guess there are wrong answers. There are wrong answers. I'm sure you could find somebody.
There are certainly wrong ansers. But I'm going to run through my honorable mentions real quick. Because I listed 10 guys, and these are all guys that absolutely you could make an argument deserve to be on the list. But I just, for what we were trying to do here with only 5, I had to slow it down. So I already mentioned Banks is one of those. DeMarvion Overshone I have as one of those. Matthew Golden is another one for me. He was just so clutch in his final season. The longevity factor just wasn't there for him since he only played one season, which is why I left him off. And then the other one's Deontay Foreman. I think he gets forgotten about a lot when you talk about running backs at Texas. He was such an incredible player when he was hitting his stride here, and he deserves his flowers too. So, when you rank Texas running backs over the last 30, 40 years, you could make an argument that he's one of the top 5. Like he might not get there, but the argument's there. Like you say Ricky Williams, number 1. You say probably Cedric Benson, number 2, Bijan Robinson, number 3. You could probably throw Priest Holmes or Sean Mitchell or Hodges Mitchell in there as guys that were so good.
Like that,
Jamal Charles is another one that you could throw in there, but Deontay Foreman is absolutely in that conversation, and he deserves to be there.
Yeah, he does. And unfortunately, injuries just kind of kept slowing him down a little bit more as his NFL career went on. Do you put a Cameron Dicker somewhere on your list?
I don't put kickers on any lists of greats, I love Dicker the kicker. I think he's amazing, and he deserves to be recognized as one of the best kickers in Texas history. But I just can't put a kicker on the list.
Put it on the list. The Oklahoma game alone, just that first one of the winking to the camera before he goes and kicks it. That alone, that moment is in there.
Yeah.
And I think we saw last year, the reason why Cameron Dicker is more on my mind is because we saw what happened last season, and you just say, well, this is, you need that guy. Texas had that guy again. You would have, who knows what would have happened if Texas had that guy. So I that's why you kind of put him in there. I'm with you. He did not make my list either, but shout out to Cameron Dicker. I'd say he deserves an honorable mention. As if kickers were able to be listed, then you get the honorable mention.
Sure.
And Joe, I agree. Lil Jordan Humphrey was also, I love watching Lil Jordan Humphrey play at Texas. That was a ton of fun too. I just don't think he falls into that category of the top, but he's in that conversation of guys that you start to like. I think he falls like that Roshan Johnson, Jay Witt, that area of it where you're just like, these guys were super important to Texas and no one should ever forget who they were. But they're not going to be the tippity top of the list of guys over a 10-year span. But that's nothing to be ashamed of because they're all good players. And hopefully he'll find himself another home and make some more money in the NFL because, ride that train for as long as you can get it. And especially now that post-COVID, we can lay on practice squads for a lot longer. There's a lot of those Texas guys that are doing great on that because they're really talented, smart guys, and people love having them on their practice squads.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree. And there's a lot of guys from this year's team who are going to find themselves in that conversation too. So Silas Bolden is a guy that sticks out. Big Mo is another one that sticks out. So
Yeah.
Mo Blackwell is going to be a special teams guy that probably starts off on a practice squad, and then they see how hard he works and that he looks like the Predator from those Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. He's just an absolute beast of a human being. But yeah, I mean, I totally agree. All everybody that comes through this program that has NFL capabilities is in a good spot because the culture that Steve Sarkisian has set in place, especially, is going to carry forward for a long time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's I want to get in this article you sent me about the best coaches as well, Matt. Before we do a quick update, Texas is now up 6-2. They just allowed another run, but they're up 6-2 right now in the top of the 5th inning against Eastern Illinois in softball right now. So playing pretty good right now. Trying to get back in, get a win, continue on, and then see how far you can get in this tournament with softball this year. But a little update for you since that is some Texas sports happening right now. But Matt, you sent me this list. ESPN put together a list of the best college football, ranking the best coaches in college football for 2025. Basically what they did is they asked a bunch of different contributors they have to rank the coaches 1 through 10. For a 10, you get for first place, you get 10 points. Second place, you get 9 points, and so on, so that you can get the final score of whoever has the highest score. That's your number one coach. Simplest way to do it. They didn't necessarily have any qualifications on what you were judging them on. Maybe it was longevity, maybe it was continued success, maybe it was what you have done recently, maybe it's about championships. Whatever the person wanted, that's how they ranked them on their own. And we end up with this list. And number one should be no surprise to anybody. It's Kirby Smart. He by far wins this. They had 12 people voting. He got 11 of 12 first place votes. That's not surprising. I mean, with Nick Saban out of the picture now, it really falls into who has been the most successful program for a while now, and it's Georgia and what he's done. It doesn't. I know people keep saying that maybe that'll slow down coming up, but that does not seem to be the case. They keep putting out draft prospects. They keep putting out picks over and over again. They are just a machine, and that defense does not stop. This is an obvious one, right?
Yeah, this is the obvious choice, and it's no disrespect to any of the other coaches on the list, but I mean, Kirby Smart set the standard, and until he gets knocked off and Georgia really starts to slip and they're not a playoff contender anymore, then he's going to stay there. The things that he's been able to do at Georgia to sort of copy and improve on the mold that he learned from Nick Saban at Alabama is very impressive. And he has another chance to add another national title to his trophy case this year, and I think he's going to have a real good shot to do it.
All right, our number 2 is a little bit surprising to me of who is number 2. This may be my most overrated coach, and especially when I see him at 2. Not saying that he's a bad coach, but I don't think he's the second best coach in college football. I don't think he's won enough of the big games. I think he's lost a lot of important games, and I think he's won all the games he's supposed to win, which is part of it, but I'm not going to give as much credit for that. Ryan Day is your number 2. He gets 97 points, which is a lot. A lot of people have him pretty high on their list. He among head coaches with at least 50 FBS wins under their belt, Day has an 875 winning percentage. It's third best all time and best in the AP poll era since 1936. However, what you should note is the Big Ten, as much as they have teams at the top, very much have teams at the bottom. And there is a lot of garbage in the Big Ten, and they play them. They don't necessarily always play great non-conference. Now they're going to play a good non-conference this year. I'm going to say they picked their non-conference, one of the toughest non-conference opponents that you could pick this year because we're playing them. But this one, I don't know. I don't put Ryan Day in that esteem because, first of all, you have to beat your rival. And he can't beat his rival, even with a walk-on quarterback and nothing going their way this season. He can't even beat him then. So I'm going to knock him off there. I get he wins the national championship, but that dude might have been fired if Texas beats Ohio State. There's a decent chance he loses his job.
Yeah,
because
no,
and like that's crazy to me to go second best coach in college football. Also, he's one pass away from losing his job.
Yeah, no, I hear you there. He's not number 2 on my list. I have him in the top 5, but I think you have to have him top 5 just for the simple fact that he won a national title last year, and that program has been very good, sustained for a long time. They've been to the college football playoff multiple times under him now, and they're always a contender for a national title. That said, he needs to figure out a way to beat Michigan. He needs to figure out a way to win a lot of these big games that he doesn't necessarily have a history of winning. But, he put a lot of doubters to rest at the end of this season with the college football playoff run. Yeah. Had he beat Michigan, I don't think there's any questions about his job. So I think that it all kind of hinged on that one game for him. But I have number 3 on my list. So not too much of a drop for me, but he's certainly up there. And I think I have flip-flopped number 2 and number 3 from ESPN's list. So
yeah, I'll have him at number 4 on my list. I'll put it that way. I have him number 4 on my list. Number 3, I will agree with this one. I think this guy is a hell of a coach. I don't necessarily agree with everything he says. I'm not necessarily his biggest fan, but I will agree he has done a hell of a job coaching up Clemson. Dabo Swinney comes in at 3. I like Dabo's got the championship. Dabo has done it. Dabo has continued to compete in a world that does not agree with him. And, he's bending a little bit, but he's still finding a way to win. We've seen, Mike Gundy in Oklahoma State, and I get those are not the same program, but all the struggles he's having trying to keep it together right now. Clemson, it has kept his head straight forward, said, we'll pay a little bit of money here and there. We'll keep our guys happy, but we don't really want to go in the portal too much. We want to stay recruiting in the high schools, and he's built up his program, and they're still competing. And in a playoff era now, that dude's back into it. And so, I mean, hats off to Dabo. I'm going to give him that one. He has 12 career bowl wins as well, the most in ACC history. Dabo, for me, is the number 2 coach in the country right now. I just put him up. I like because his track record, because of what he's done and still being competitive, I'm going to put him up there.
Yeah, I totally agree. He still won an ACC title last year, even in what they considered a down year for Clemson. He's always got them competing. He's always got them in positions to win and make noise. He's got national championships under his belt, multiple college football playoff appearances. He recruits extremely well. I mean, they've got potentially 6 guys going in the first round next year, just from the development of that program. And most of those guys have been around the program that entire time. So he's a developer. He's a CEO. He's a hell of a football coach. And honestly, for a long time, I thought he was going to replace Nick Saban in Alabama, but that didn't end up happening. So yeah, he's number 2 on my list as well. I think he's an incredible coach.
All right. Now we get down to the next level of coaches. And now is where we fall into a couple more guys that are around and you can kind of judge them. And now it does fall into more what was each person looking for and what they want. Those 2 guys, track record alone, Dabo Swinney and Kirby Smart, really, they track record alone get to be in that realm. They've won their championships. They get to be held at that esteem. I know Ryan Day's won a championship now. I still not going to hold him in that esteem. I put him in this group below. So we can say maybe even if he's at the top because he won a championship, he's still in this group below those 2 guys, in my opinion. But there will go number 4. I don't have him at 4, but I think he's in this group of guys for sure, is Marcus Freeman. He's 33-10 at Notre Dame. I think you can give him a little bit of credit too in the Brian Kelly years, because we know what Brian Kelly's been after him. And so you give him a little bit of that credit. Now, you don't give him the head coaching record. You don't give him any of that. But I'm just saying, give him a little bit of credit and say, man, this guy was helping Notre Dame for several years now. He plays for a national championship last year when people don't necessarily think that's what it's going to be. I don't know. I won't say he played enough for me to put him in the list at 4. But let's put it this way. He could be 4 in 2 years and I wouldn't bat an eye. Or he could be 3 in 2 years and I wouldn't bat an eye. So it wouldn't surprise me if he gets there. I probably wouldn't have put him there yet, but I don't think it's a terrible pick.
No, I don't think it's a terrible pick either. I have him at 5. he's right there. He played for a national championship, like you said. He's really got that program humming. They're recruiting like crazy. It feels like Notre Dame, after years and years of being basically the Dallas Cowboys of college football, they're really starting to compete for things now. So I think he has to be top 5 at least. And 2 years, 3 years from now, you're having a conversation with him being in that top 3, probably, like he said. So, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I have him behind Ryan Day just because Ryan Day just beat him,
Yeah,
but he's at 5 for me.
And then 5, Steve Sarkisian coming in 84-52, 38-17 at Texas. I look, I'm not really going to put anything other than Texas on his list at this point. I get that maybe that's a detractor for some of them, but I'm going to judge him on what he is doing now versus what he did at other places. I get why you don't, because there's other coaches on this that you're going to judge on other places too. So I get why everybody's doing their own thing. But if you look at him, I think he was one of the more divisive coaches, that some people had him in their second best coach and some people had him off of their lists. So he's a little bit more divisive, but still gets that ranking up to the 5th best coach in college football. We know what Sark can do. We know what he's done to bring in this program. Standing by his players, doing everything. I look, the recruiting's good. Everything's good. The same way with Ryan Day, we can say, yes, he has a lot of advantages, but if we're going to put Ryan Day at 2, then Sark is much higher than 5. I'll just say that. If we're going on the same scale, I get one of them has won a title, so maybe that'll bump him up. But if we're judging him on that scale, that, well, they're doing it with a mass amount of backing, cool. Sark's right there with him.
Yeah, no, I have Sark behind Ryan Day at number 4 just because Ryan Day beat him this last year.
Yeah.
He's certainly a top 5 coach in America. The things that he has done with this Texas program, considering where they have been since Mac Brown's era kind of fell apart, is nothing short of amazing. He's re-energized this program. He's brought them back into national prominence. He's won a conference title. He went to the SEC title in his first year. He's made back-to-back college football playoffs. I think Texas is probably the best run program in college football by a head coach. Kirby Smart's the best coach in America. His program is not run very well. Those kids get in trouble all the time. Dabo runs a great program too, but I think Sark has sort of set himself apart from a lot of people on that list for the way that he runs his program, the culture, the development, the amount of people he's put in the NFL over the last 2 years is amazing. So if everything holds true to what I predicted at the end of next season and they run the gauntlet, they win a national title, he vaults up my list all the way into the top 2. But for now, I have him at just outside of it behind Ryan Day because he's the only one on that list. The only people on that list ahead of him have won national titles.
Yeah.
So,
all right. I can live with that. Then number 6, this is the last guy who gets the voting. What we talked about of the in the same range of the last few guys is Dan Lanning from Oregon. He is 35-6. All of that is Oregon. Now, this one definitely falls into polarizing because of all the money that has been brought in. He has definitely changed. He is a much more new school way of recruiting and promoting his program. It does feel like a little bit of steam is off the program as of right now. Like, they're still recruiting well and doing everything. It just feels like the fact that another big team won the title before them kind of took a little shine off of them, that was really supposed to be their year last year, and Ohio State got it done instead of them. Maybe took a little shine off. So we'll see how Dan Lanning responds to it this season. But Dan Lanning coming in at 6.
Yeah, Dan Lanning's on the same trajectory as Steve Sarkisian, in my opinion. He runs an incredibly well-oiled machine over there in Eugene. They're a very dangerous team. Last year, what happened to them in college football playoff, I still think is criminal. The fact that they had to face that road was not fair. But you still got to win the games if you're going to be considered elite. So, it's unfortunate for him that happened. But he's going to be there for a long time and have a chance to vault his name up this list as well. I was kind of waffling back and forth between him and Marcus Freeman for this one, but since Freeman just played for a national title, I gave him the edge. But Dan Lanning's absolutely on that track as well.
All right. Then we get to number 7. And this one surprised me that he was so low. I thought he would have had a little bit more. But Kalen DeBoer comes in at number 7. And I get last year was not the year that he wanted. I don't know who could have followed Nick Saban and done great. It feels like that was almost an impossible task. And I think if you came in and were like 11-1 after Nick Saban, you're like, ooh, this is going to be like it's going to slide down after. Like, I feel like if you just came in and immediately won, that would worry me a little bit more. I know it sounds backwards, but if you came in and won, then you're winning with Nick Saban's guys and you're winning the Nick Saban way, and you're not Nick Saban. And it feels like you were just going to kind of ride off of his coattails a little bit more. Kalen DeBoer felt like he was trying to set his own ways in there, which is what you want to do. And maybe it didn't go over as well as it does. That just takes time. I still think he's a great coach. He's won everywhere he's been. That just hasn't been at the highest levels yet. So I get why he's not. I just thought he would have had a couple more votes to get him up a little bit higher. I still think 7's around a good spot for him, but I'll say that I would have thought his voting would have been a little bit higher. I thought it would have been more consensus that he would have been up a little bit higher there at the 7 spots. But for Kalen DeBoer, I look, we'll see what he does this year. And this year is a massive part of that, because if he's back to 10 wins, then okay, now he's really won everywhere he's been at, because he's in a playoff team with Alabama, and now he's made the playoffs there. He's made it with Washington. He's done it at every level of the game. Then I think you put him up and he might start to get in those other conversations. So I think 7's the right spot. I just thought he would have gotten a few more votes.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't get more. It's just last year was so difficult for him because they were trying to change so much.
Yeah. They went 9-4, by the way. It wasn't like they were awful.
Yeah, they just lost a couple games they probably shouldn't have lost. And they wanted they boat raced Georgia for most of that game. So you can see the potential there. It's really difficult to put a guy who's taking over a new program on the list with all these other guys because they've been so successful over the last couple of years. But if we're sitting here next year talking about this list and Alabama makes a college football playoff run and they get to the semifinal, then he's right there. I mean, he's right there. So I think he's a tremendous coach. He's one of the best in America. He just needs to prove it in year 2.
Now we get into a couple different, and this guy may be on his own plateau and not with the other 2 guys that are on here. But
yeah, I think the list, just before you get into that, I think the list, like this is there is the first tier with Kirby and Dabo. Then there was a second tier with Sark and Day and Freeman and Lanning and DeBoer, and now you get into the third tier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think and this is third tier, but I don't even know. I think James Franklin may be at his own on this third tier because James Franklin has won a lot of games. James Franklin's number 8, Penn State. He's 101-42 at Penn State. He's done a lot. He's just not won big games, and that's kind of what makes a coach great. But he's won a lot, and maybe there's some projection of what he's going to do this year. He finally won some big games last year as well, and you thought maybe won some of these big games, maybe he's going to step up, and this will be the point that they'll get over the edge. I get, again, eighth is great for James Franklin. That's a solid spot for him, but it's like he's got a really good long history of being a good coach, but just hasn't gotten the big one. And it feels like maybe they're closer than they've been in a long time.
Yeah, they're close. And I think they're going to compete for a national title this year, but he's got to break through and make some noise. He can't even make it to the quarterfinal and get and have a loss. He needs to get to this, at least the semifinal, or play for a national title. Otherwise it's just like, it's kind of more of the same for them. I get that it's not easy at Penn State. Like, you got to follow Joe Paterno, and I don't even remember. Was he the next coach after Joe Paterno? I don't even remember.
No, because Bill O'Brien was there, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Bill O'Brien was there. So, yeah, but still, even following in that shadow, and then they didn't really do much with Bill O'Brien there.
And I mean, and there may be some unsavory things that are in the Penn State past that didn't help you in recruiting for a few years.
Yeah, so he's had to face some adversity for sure. But it seems like he's starting to come out the right side of that if he can just break through and get some big wins. But he's got to get those big wins first.
Couple more names on this list. Number 9 is Kyle Whittingham at Utah. 167-86, all at Utah. This is just a 20 season long Utah run. I mean, again, he's a good coach. He consistently puts out a good team, but it really feels like we have closed off that list of elite coaches now when we get to Cal Whittingham.
Yeah, I mean he's a great coach for what they have up there in Utah. He has 167 wins there. He's been there for 20 years. So in terms of tenure, he's been there about as long as most of these other guys, if not longer. I don't remember exactly when Dabo started at Clemson, but I don't think it was 20 years ago. So he needs to find a way. And he's working with some disadvantages too. Like all these other programs ahead of him are big time blue blood college football programs, right? This is the first one where it's kind of a mid-tier program, but he's done such a good job with a lack of resources that a lot of these other programs have that you have to give him some credit. They've been nothing but consistent for the most part over the last few years, outside of a couple injury riddled seasons and stuff like that. But they could win the Big 12 this year. That's certainly a possibility. And he's the reason for that. It's not because they have an influx of talent or anything of that nature. It's because he's a good coach.
And then finally, another team that could win the Big 12, they're always in the contention, is Matt Campbell. This one feels like somebody forgot what year it is. And I know they've done a little bit better, but Matt Campbell, man, that was the hot name in coaching, and he really should have taken another job when he did. He's 64-52 at Iowa State. He's had some really good years. I know he doesn't have the money. He doesn't have any of those pieces. He's done a lot of good things, but I mean, that we're way off of that top tier, aren't we? We're really far away at Matt Campbell.
Yeah, we are. I mean, he's a really good coach for what he's been able to do up there, but I'm trying to think of somebody who I would put ahead of him, and there's a couple names that come to mind, but I don't know. I'd put Lane Kiffin ahead of him.
Deion Sanders?
No. But I'd put Lane Kiffin ahead of him. I don't think that, I mean, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong. Has he won a Big 12 title?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you if I'm wrong.
I don't know that he has. I can't remember. I don't think he has, but if we're wrong, chat, please tell us. But I put Lane Kiffin ahead of him at number 10. I mean, Lane Kiffin took the most dumpster fire program in college football at the time that he came into Oxford, and he's done nothing but win there and get them to bowl games and put them in contention for the college football playoff. So, I mean,
it felt
Matt Campbell's,
like maybe they left off SEC guys at a certain point, like Josh Heupel maybe get on that list too, ahead of Matt Campbell. There's a few SEC coaches that maybe you go, okay, no, they win, they're doing well, and they're competing in a hell of a conference. So maybe I put them in there. I'm with you on that.
I'm trying to think of another SEC coach I would put ahead of him. I can't really think of one though, outside of Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, Josh Heupel's around there with Tennessee.
Yeah,
what he's
Josh Heupel's around there. I think that there's only so many jobs in America where people are doing a good job right now, though.
Yeah,
Lincoln Riley would have been on this list a couple years ago, and he's not anymore. So
that's true. That's very true. Yeah, he would have been near the top of this list a few years ago. Heisman candidate producer every year, putting guys number one pick of the draft. Not winning anything. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show, get our meathead of the day, and hope that Matt's internet hangs on for about 7 more minutes as we wrap up here on Open Gym. I think we're good here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
All right, back here to wrap things up here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patty Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Texas softball just run-ruled Eastern Illinois there. Ran-ruled them with a big hit there in the top of the fifth, and takes a 10-2 victory over Eastern Illinois in the game. Let's get to our meathead of the day, Matt, and we'll see if we have time to talk about anything else. But saw this video earlier today and thought this is not what I want in professional sports. If I was a player, I'd be upset about this.
We got some action going on here.
Sean McKeel's not scared.
He might be.
That volunteer's he's not concerned at all.
Oh, see there. That's what you got to avoid.
Now we got a problem.
Yeah. Now he's riled up.
Oh, I need him to take a bite at the ball.
Is he going right for the ball? No. He's got his sights set on something better than the white ball.
There we go. That is at the PGA Championship. That is
nope. I'm dropping out of the tournament.
A big old nope rope coming through the PGA Championship. By the way, that volunteer was just like, God, move it along, Snake. Like, how are you not upset like at all? Because you weren't doing anything to get him to move. You were just standing behind him. Like, come on, let's go. Let's get out of here. That was that blew my mind. I know the alligators are always part of it. By the way, I did see, I think Adam Sandler just eulogized the alligator they use for Happy Gilmore. I think he just died. So I saw that one. I've not seen Happy Gilmore 2. Is it out yet? Did it come out yet? Or is it coming?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I know it's coming. So snakes. When it comes to snakes, I am basically like Indiana Jones. That is not a fan. That is one of my biggest fears in the entire world. Snakes and gators are both up there.
Yeah.
Which, you know, and every year I go hunting in South Texas, deer hunting in South Texas with my brother, and it's my favorite place in the entire world. But the one thing I don't like to do is get out of the truck and go look in the brush for something, because I know there's always going to be a snake somewhere that's going to scare the crap out of me, and I'm going to run back to the truck, piss in my pants, and my brother's going to make fun of me. Luckily, that hasn't happened yet, but it's going to happen one of these days. I'm going to be super embarrassed about it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm about to go hang out with some friends down by the Guadalupe, down the river in Seguin, and that's one of those ones they're like, why don't you get in the river? You're like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to be in that river. I don't like mucky rivers where I can't see what's happening.
Yeah, that's getting in that river's a big no from me, dog. I'm not doing that.
I'm not a fan of it, man. There's a pool there. Why would I not be in the pool? I can see everything. There's way less snakes in the pool usually. I'm hoping as we go out there, there's gonna be kids out there, so I'm hoping there's less snakes in the pool.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah,
Nope.
that one I saw today, and you're just like, yeah, I'm not a fan. I thought it was going for the ball. I was like, oh, nice tasty egg right there. I'm gonna go.
That's what I thought too. I was like, he thinks that's an egg. He has to think that's an egg.
Yeah, and then went over and was like, oh, I am such an idiot. How many cameras are pointed at me right now while I'm getting an idiot? We're about done. Reminder, if you haven't watched any MLB baseball this weekend, Astros Rangers. It's happening this weekend, so it's a fun time to turn it on. There's no basketball on Saturday. Texas plays at 2. So if you want to watch that game a little bit later in the afternoon on Saturday, something to watch. Just throwing it out there. You get your Astros and Rangers. Rangers won game 1 last night. Tonight, Lance McCullers versus Nathan Eovaldi. Lance McCullers got lit up in his last appearance. I believe it was 8 runs before he got pulled in the first. So that one may be 2-0 Rangers if we see Lance McCullers struggle again on his comeback road. But that's a fun one to watch. Appreciate you so much for another great week there, Matt.
Yeah, sorry about my internet earlier, but we made it work because Patrick is a wizard over there running this show. So props to him.
Years and years of producing gets me nothing.
When Patrick dropped off a few weeks ago, the first time I was ever by myself on the radio, I did not do well. So props to him.
Appreciate it. We're gonna have a fun time. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Remember to be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here Monday for more from Open Gym.